Okay, okay, we're rolling here. We're rolling here. Getting this going. Let's see. Getting all the peeps in here. Oh, this should be fun. Pre-stream, pre-stream. What's cracking? What's cracking? Hey, folks. Hello, hello. Hope everyone's doing great. All right. Hello, hello, everybody. Okay, we're doing a collab today. A little, a little fight and yap kind of situation. Does anybody know if maintenance is happening today? Kind of hope it isn't. Kind of hope it isn't. Is there a patch today? I do not know. Usually it is Tuesdays, but I haven't really heard anything. I was kind of thinking not, but maintenance is on Dire Marsh. That's right, that's right. Okay. We got a Prime sub from TJK. Hello, hello. So are we setting everything up for this collab here? A hype train? Oh my god, a hype train's already going? You guys are crazy. Alright. We'll have a couple of hype trains going. Wow. Hype train going on. Hype train's happening in Markstrom's Twitch too. You guys are awesome. If you guys have any burning questions, you better, for Markstrom TV, you better write them in chat like right now, and I will try to write some of them down. I've got my own questions, but I'd love to hear if you've got some of yours. I think this will be a fun little run and yap. Yap and run. Can we collab with Bungie to drop Vault Breaker today? Oh, if only. Only. Fun games last night, even with all the dying we did. Great to see you, Slipstream Zone. Thank Upgraded 1101 for the Prime sub. Who is this? MarkstromTV? He's a big streamer. I don't know. He did a bunch of Tarkov. Like I've seen him in that, basically, when I was big into Tarkov. Favorite parts of the season. Love his clips. D54 bully. Oh my god. I'm putting it down. D54 or bully. This will be in the community question portion. Slipstream Zone gifted 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much, Slipstream Zone. Thank you for being such a big supporter of the channel. I really appreciate you. Hype Train level 3 already? We just started the stream. You guys are awesome. Yep, I've got a bunch of little interview questions for him, but, you know, the more the better. Favorite location on each map. Ooh, I like that. I'll do favorite map, too. We love a community question portion. Okay. Okay. I think your new video on hot takes and marathon has a few interesting topics to discuss with Mark. Yeah. That was a fun video to make. There are like worse takes than that I found, but those are the ones that actually some people agree with. Like I thought about, like, there's some like actually insane crazy takes, like marathon is bad and they should shut it down, or like triage is OP, he should not be able to res people, like that kind of stuff, which like one person believes but nobody else does. So these were some of the ones that at least a few people were kind of into. You know what I mean? Yeah. What is this don't add to the game opinions? Yeah, that's fun. I like that. We're setting up such a solid interview. Yeah, he actually plays. He streams Marathon quite a bit. I've heard people say they don't want you to be able to revive. I have kind of heard that. I've heard that you shouldn't be able to revive, like, at the death bag. Like, people want you to have to do something, like in Apex. I'm not even sure if it's still true, but in Apex you used to have to grab a tag from your dead body, your dead teammate, and bring them to a place, and then you could revive them. We yapping are playing. We're doing a collab with Markstrom in just a minute. We're just hanging out for a bit while we both get everything set up. Yapping and playing. A run and yap is what I called it. How did that not make the video? I do think it is a little weird. Here, maybe this is a hot take. I do think it's a little weird how quickly you can revive someone from full dead. It means like down and dead are just like a little too close almost. I don't know. I bet something interesting could be done there. It is a little strange that it just adds like, I don't know, 4 seconds to reviving someone. But I don't know. I don't like to criticize things without knowing, without having any suggestion. You know what I mean? So, and it's tough. SLS Game with the $2 super chat says, will there be a patch today? I haven't heard anything about a patch, but Tuesday is patch day, so we will find out. Worst case scenario, we have a fun hangout with MarkstromTV. He's going to be joining us very, very soon. Funny streamer, does a lot of running streams and viewer plays. Yeah, I think he does a lot of viewer events and stuff, which is cool. What do you guys think would help increase player counts in Marathon, long-term engagement? That's like such a massive question, but I am basically going to ask him that. It's one of my questions. Something like that, anyway. Hopefully the patch is substantial. I'm guessing if there's even a patch day, it'll be kind of small, because Vault Breakers is coming, what, a week from now? Mylan has questions for me as well. I wrote a bunch of interview questions for Mylan. I thought that was super fun. He answered them very in-depth, very, Mylan has strong opinions, and that made it really fun. He knows a lot about solos. I think that was really helpful. Hello, can you show your vault? Sure. Take you on a little tour. A little tour of the vault. Thank you, everybody. Hype train is over. I appreciate us starting the morning with a little hype train. Sounds pretty good to me. He's doing a vid with other creators and wanted your input. I'd love to talk to him. I actually don't know if he friended me on Discord. I hope so. That's the best way to contact me. It's so weird because I'm on like so many pieces of social media, like YouTube, I'm on Instagram and TikTok and Twitch and all this stuff, and then an email and Discord. But then like sometimes you'll like talk to someone and they're like, yeah, I only message people through Twitter, through X. It's like, man, that's the one I don't have. I don't want to set up a whole nother one. Aztec Cross collab when? I don't know, man. Maybe one day. We'll see. Could ask some hard-hitting questions. Send him the Seraph Discord link. Yeah, just have it. Or wait, no, I think he friended me. My stuff is a mess. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he did. July 21st for Cryo PvE mode? Yeah, I think so. You're a saner person by not having a Twitter account? I just like, I'm overwhelmed by how much social media stuff there is. I'll probably get on Twitter at some point. But I haven't really. Watch me play Destiny 2. I could play Destiny 2. I played like a tiny bit of it for a while, but it was just me and not my friends, so like it wasn't that great because I was just alone. I didn't know anything, and the game had been out for like years. But I would try it again. Why not? Don't do it, Seraph. X is cancer. Twitter is cancer. Yeah, it is just another form of social media that people try to get in contact on, so maybe I should just have it, But question from a stream viewer's perspective, do you think Cryo Archive is enjoyable to watch and sells the game well? I personally think it highlights the worst aspects of the game. Well, that's a really interesting question, Let's Gaming. Let me just, the stats are that when Cryo Archive is out, more people are watching my channel in general. I don't know if that's just me or if it's other creators, but it seems like that's like, I think that's, I don't know why that is. Maybe it's because people really like watching Cryo Archive. Maybe it's because fewer people are playing and more are watching. I don't really know. That's just like how it is. That's the only stat. You guys can interpret that the way you want to interpret that. And it's like near the weekend, but I stream a lot on Thursday and Friday too. So, yeah, I don't know. It is like sort of fast paced. Like a lot of games on Perimeter and Dire Marsh can be a little sleepier and people want action. There's generally more action on Cryo Archive, but I also kind of agree with you. Like I don't really watch a lot of Cryo Archive content, so I don't know. Different strokes for different folks. I've only watched a handful of your videos and I really love them. Finally joined your Discord to LFG and had a wonderful experience. That's awesome, Synthesize. I'm so glad you had that experience. It's good. If you haven't joined the Discord, I really do suggest it. I think it's just I'm really proud of my Discord. I really love my community. You'll have a good time there. You'll find your crew. Got good people on there. I don't know. People are having good experiences. That was my goal. That's how it is. I love it. I got way too much stuff in this vault. All right, let's see. Hello. Pretty darn good. Let me make sure. Chat, can you hear him? Maybe say one more thing.
Check one, check two.
There we go.
Chat. Good morning.
I think it should be set.
Question.
Yeah.
You prefer Seraph or Max?
Honestly, either one. I stuck them together because they both work for me. But you can call me Max. We're both streamers.
Look at that chat. We get to call him Max.
You get to call me Max. That's right.
Very good.
Should we do one of those crazy cool collab stream things?
Yeah, I'll shoot you one.
Sweet. I've only done it one time, and I kind of forgot how to press the buttons.
Oh, good. It's going to come to you in a notification on Twitch.
Ooh, some interesting notifications. I should probably check that a little more, huh? Boy, golly, do I have a lot of questions for you. My community
That doesn't make me nervous at all.
No, it's they're all good. We've got different sections, okay? And if you don't like a question, you can say pass. And I won't even be weird about it. I'll just like take it in stride like a good interviewer.
I don't know if I've ever passed on a question.
You never passed on a question?
No, not
all right,
really.
that sounds like a challenge.
I'm pretty open with chat. It is what it is. It's part of the charm.
All right. Here we go. Collab scene. Is it working? Are we collabing?
I believe so. We're good to go.
Sweet. Okay.
Yeah, as long as you keep that little window open, it'll stay up.
Perfect. Okay. Awesome. It's all rolling.
Oh,
the collab has begun. Okay. I was just gonna. I don't know what you want to run. I've got like this kit that I just cannot fit in my vault. So
yeah, all good.
We can do whatever with it.
Okay. Yeah, I have not booted the game yet this morning, so we're getting in there now.
That's okay. We'll warm up. We'll warm up by hopefully I lose this kit and we can play the sponsored mode because it's more chill. More fun. But how you doing today?
I'm well. I've been offline a few days. We had an event last week that we try and do every year called Rustmas.
I've been seeing your thumbnails, yeah.
Yeah, so Rustmas is typically like holidays because like my group of friends all have some extra time like off work and out of school and whatever, and we can all kind of degen a little bit. But so we tried Rustmas and at the beginning of January, and I got norovirus, and so like 24 hours in, I was just dying. So we ended, and I just died in bed for like 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
So this was a reschedule. So we just did that, and it was super fun.
Nice. And I assume in Rustmas you play Rust.
Yeah. So I haven't actually played Marathon in about 10 days.
All right.
And I took a few days off because we were 24/7 for like a week.
Yeah. We'll warm you up, no problem. You're going to feel right at home in like 10 minutes after we lose this kit. Surely.
Hell yeah.
Can you send me your like Marathon name or whatever? I can pull you to squad.
I got you.
Just on Discord.
It is
probably easiest.
Yeah, I got you.
Cool. I'll put you right in there. Invited? Hey, I'll even send you a friend request. Crazy. I need to be careful about not accepting too many friend requests. Mylan said he accepted everyone's friend requests and he's like bricked. He like can't accept anyone else. Yeah. All right, we got some quests going on.
I have a real setup. I did not expect this.
Oh, cool. We can jump right into maybe Dire Marsh. I got a Dire Marsh key that I cannot fit in my vault.
Perfect.
And we'll start out with easy questions. And then we'll get harder. It'll get harder.
I will say I've always been a big fan of like the interview format, especially for like first time grouping with someone. I think the first person that ever did this with me was Dan Giesling.
Cool.
Who I don't know if you're familiar with, but he does like a lot of roguelike games mostly.
And
I
don't know him, but yeah.
He's considered the greatest Big Brother player of all time, if you're familiar with that TV show on CBS.
I know of it, but I don't really know much
Survivor adjacent.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I thought it was
he started out doing that, and then he started doing Twitch content. He was like one of the first, I think he's one of the first 20 partnered streamers on Twitch, and he's been going ever since. We met on Tarkov many years ago. But that was my introduction to Dan. Was he just asked me a million questions? It was really fun.
Yeah. Well, hopefully this is equally or even more fun than that.
I have no doubts. I have no doubts.
Yeah. Cool. I think I'm ready to go. I've got like this 9K kit. You got a fancy kit. We're winning. We're winning this one.
Well, or we're either really winning or we're really losing.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be gross in a good way. Dire Marsh with 17K kit. That should do it.
Time will tell.
All right. First question. Are you ready? Are you locked in? This is kind of like Hot Ones, I feel like, because like people answer more truthfully because they also have to play Marathon at the same time or whatever. It's like hard on the brain, you know?
Yeah, you shoot from the balls a bit.
Yeah, we're shooting from the balls. So first question. Yeah. And I did research, okay? You talked about how your most anticipated map was an outdoor long-range map. That's mine too. However, how do you prevent it from being a camping snipe fest? A lot of long-range maps end up that way in a lot of shooters. How do you prevent that in Marathon?
I think by having meaningful events on the map, I think is a big way to like incentivize. I want to see like really high risk, high reward events happening. I'm thinking like kind of similar to the Cycle Frontier laser drill.
I loved that game.
Kind of thing.
That was my most played game of the year when it came out, and then it shut down that year, and I was devastated.
Yeah, wildly depressing for me as well. Yeah. I both mained the game and also like worked with the team to try and get it to the right spot, and it didn't quite get there, which is unfortunate.
Man.
For a variety of reasons. But yeah, I mean, I think things like that are really meaningful to drive interaction for players. And even if you have a good kit, especially if you have a bad kit, it's always worth to just like throw your body at the mill and see if you can get away with like a huge come up, right? Like something wildly incentivized. So I think that's like a good way to do it. I would say like what I'm picturing even is something like Woods on Tarkov. I'm not sure how familiar you are with
I'm pretty familiar with Tarkov. Yeah.
So like I'm a Woods main and always have been, and I wouldn't even say that map is particularly campy. Yeah. I don't think it ends up playing out like that. I mean, there's like some of that aspect. Obviously, there's more long range stuff. Some people like sit up on the rocks, but for the most part, people have to traverse. There's like a reason. So as long as there's reasons, I think it's fine.
Yeah, Woods main is really interesting. I found that map so difficult, but I guess it is kind of like some of the best. It's some of the stuff Tarkov is best at, being really careful 100%. And like finding good sight lines and playing really smart. Like that's what Woods was all about. I just, as a new player, because some of the early quests in Tarkov are on Woods, I would get like so lost and then sniped from absolutely nowhere. But it seemed like a map, if you mained it, you could really have a lot of fun. Like 100%. Using the rotations.
And I think a lot of that has to do with like my roots as a broadcaster is DayZ standalone. And so like, the positioning and rotations and long range exchanges and like the sudden CQC out of nowhere, like it feels very on brand for me. So yeah, I just kind of clung to it.
Yeah. That's really interesting. I agree. I think like the way they make it's almost like Perimeter, but more intense events. Like Perimeter is a pretty long range map, but the events they're like kind of quick, or they're just like not big enough to get a ton of people fighting over them. Like who's really gonna like lose their gold kit for an intercept event? It's just like not worth it. Yeah. So something I think like a high loot version would be
echelon, good. Yeah, 100%. And again, like in that same vein, Perimeter is my favorite map in the game.
That's really interesting. Wow. I talked to Myelin. He hates Perimeter. He thinks like one of the reasons people like leave Marathon at the beginning is because Perimeter is not a good enough map, or like
that's fascinating.
Doesn't play into what's good about a Marathon. I like the long range stuff. I mean, you're a Woods main, so it kind of makes sense. Yeah, for sure.
And I think again, even doubled down on in the sense of The game does, like, Tarkov specifically just does close range really poorly with netcode, and it always has. So, like, another reason I'm just, like, happy to double down, right?
Yeah. The only thing...
I just want my encounters to feel skill-based.
I do really like in Tarkov... it wouldn't work in Marathon, obviously. Like, the tiny little peaks and, like, moving your body up and down in, like, a crouch, you know? Leaning in Marathon, I just don't think it would be useful. It's like leaning
I don't
Apex
think
or something.
Yeah, no, it's not great. And
Too fast.
There are ways to combat it, and, like, I've done consulting for games that have leaning and have, like, theory crafted some solutions on that front that I think could get implemented in a decent way, but it's just, I don't think there's a big upside to it.
Yeah. I'm going in here. Getting these bots. Probably dying.
Huh? I will say I've not played a lot of Night Marsh.
Oh, cool. We're gonna do the boss. We're gonna kill all the teams. What could go wrong?
Let's get patched up.
Whew. Getting very spicy. All right. Next question. Okay. And this kind of leads from that. We've both been part of a lot of shooter communities, a lot of different shooter communities. What's the difference between this community and like Tarkov's community or other shooter communities in general? Do you notice anything distinct about Marathon's communities, basically?
Yeah. I would say that a lot of smaller communities off rip, like, because I mean, I was a part of Tarkov at the very beginning when no one really played it.
Yeah.
Like, well before its popularity in 2020 with, like, Twitch Drops campaign. Yeah, I mean, I really mained it from 2017 to 2020. And I really enjoyed how tight-knit it was. I liked that a lot of broadcasters just were always very chill and friendly towards one another. And I think they all fostered pretty good communities. And so when there was crossover between viewership, it was usually really enjoyable.
Yeah.
And I have been back to Tark many times since 2020 and, like, you know, to check out the rare the rare event here and there. And it doesn't feel the same, right? It became very, very popular. And that influx of typical Tarkov viewer didn't feel like the right fit for what I wanted in my chat every day. Going back to the cycle, had that feeling again, which was awesome, and Marathon also had that feeling, and it has been few and far between otherwise. So that has been nice.
Yeah, I've been enjoying it. Oh, I got the key. Let's go. Let's do Upper Complex. Holy cow. It's probably gonna be a fight. Do you have any certs?
I don't. Nope. Haven't looted a single thing. Just yapping.
That's okay. We're yapping. Let's go.
Curious.
Let's go up to bioresearch. I just got the key, folks. We're gonna do it all. Kill some bots in bioresearch. Kill some bots in complex, and we're going up. We just need 7 certs. Do you have any certs, Panda?
No thanks.
No.
All right.
All right. Kill bots. Grab certs. All right, next question. See, this is going to be really hard. It's hard for me. I have to read on my other monitor. What's the hardest part about introducing what is the hardest part about introducing people to a new difficult game like Marathon, like Tarkov? How do you get people to, like, actually engage with the game and enjoy it, even though it's really hard?
I think in general that doesn't end up feeling like a challenge to me. I think I have I've streamed for 10 years now, and I think historically I've really catered to the person that appreciates adversity. And so, like, it's never a tough sell, like when a game is skill-based and has, like, some sort of meaningful layers to it to, like, figure out and crack the code. I think we all appreciate that as the good times. When a game's, like, fully figured out, that becomes a lot less fun.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's necessarily a tough sell. Sometimes that obviously includes, like, a higher age demographic for my community, which has its own, you know, benefits and drawbacks.
Yeah.
And I think on the drawback side, I think the art style was a hard sell for some people that would otherwise tune in.
For sure. That is very true. A lot of people were turned off by it immediately.
Most people were very open-minded, at least on the front, so.
Yeah. So I guess your answer is kind of like people self-select almost
Yeah,
for this type
sure.
of game.
And there will be people who watch me play Tark who would refuse to watch this.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
And that's okay. Man, does that ever... This isn't one of the interview questions, but is that ever disheartening too? You know, you got people who really like your stuff, really like when you play Marathon. You're like, wish these people would like kind of watch this game. I like this game.
You know, I think that I'm very fortunate. I feel very fortunate as a broadcaster because I do have the opportunity to cater to an audience that is very open. Like they will watch me play most things. I think a lot of that has to do with my approach to the games in general. Like I don't get super sweaty. Like I'm not like a non-proficient gamer by any means. And I like to break down, you know, like, how to play well or be efficient at a game and like pass that on in like a teaching style. I enjoy that kind of content, but I'm like not trying to win every time.
Yeah.
Right. And I think really like separating myself from that mindset makes me a little more like game resistant. Like I'm not the guy specifically for this and for this only.
Wow, that speaks
I've seen
to me.
a lot of like friends kind of stop broadcasting because they get pigeonholed in that way because they went that route specifically, and that's obviously a shame.
Yeah, wow. That's a very interesting answer. I did have like a little section about sort of streaming questions as well.
Yeah,
Because like,
I mean, you can string them however you want.
yeah, because like, yeah, it's interesting. Like, you know, I think I'm like pretty good at games. I'm above average. I've been playing games since I was like 9 years old. But like, I watch some streamers who are just like complete, you know, they're just like the best gamers ever, you know. And I think that's
being
like
mediocre is a little more relatable, and playing for the entertaining play rather than the win play is often better content.
Yeah, that makes sense. Wow.
I'm not saying I've ever thrown for content. Surely I would never do that.
Surely
I would never use that as an excuse for when I'm just bad, ever, right, guys?
Right.
Never seen that.
Who would do such a thing?
Right.
Wow. We're actually like rolling this raid, by the way. We're gonna just straight up do upper complex. Yeah. This is so
16
good.
16 minutes is nice.
I know. We got a little bit lucky here. Okay, so that was that question. So was there anything you initially didn't like about Marathon that you came to like later?
I didn't think the game was going to be good at all.
Wow.
I think that's interesting.
Like in previews or from trying it for the first few times?
No. As soon as I played it, I said, this is my game. But looking at it, I thought, yeah, no way. This isn't it for me. Which is kind of crazy to think back on. A lot of it had to do with their early marketing. I thought was really bad.
Yeah. So that was mainly it, like the marketing?
Yeah, I think that, well, the early preview from the creators that they showed, like that my buddy Jesse and Bear did, I thought that was really poorly edited in a way that like made it look like a completely different kind of game.
Yeah.
It felt like it was exclusively going to be Apex Legends and like a really fast-paced VR without meaningful decision-making. And that like turned me off. So that was kind of lame. I also think there was like a couple of Bungie misplays with the way they were handling keys then and like getting people to sign up to like maybe get a key, and that wasn't exactly explained to us super well. So there was like, you know, I didn't have like the best taste in my mouth necessarily. Yeah, I just and then the minute that I played it in like the earliest alpha that we could play, I said, all right, we're in. This is it.
Nice. Yeah. But so I have the reverse of that question. Was there anything you initially did like about it that you turned out not to like?
In 15 minutes.
Something that I did like that I don't. I thought shotguns were going to end up being better balanced. I thought I was down with like shotguns in general. I thought they were kind of in a good place until people got the mod setups that really just made them feel like, oh shit, this is super OP. We
Like
gotta,
full auto,
Yeah.
insane Mizraya shotgun things. Yeah.
Yeah, or even like the Waster originally, I thought was going to end up in a better space just because of like how it felt when everyone had like basically a green or blue version or below. And then when people started getting like the juice for it, it's like, okay, this is a little silly.
Yeah.
Doctor's orders.
Yeah, I mean, I was always kind of a Marathon believer. I really just loved the art when I first saw it. I love like the kind of creepy sci-fi,
Yeah.
like crappy throwaway garbage look in a way, which I know is like not for everybody. And I 100% understand that. The way I feel about it is kind of like, and I've said this before on stream, it's kind of like having an unlikable protagonist in a book or a movie or whatever. It's just like, it's ugly in a lot of ways, like because it's corporate slop. That's like kind of the look of the game, right? Everything's like branded crap. And that's like an unlikable protagonist. Someone you're not really rooting for. You don't really like them, but you also, like it's almost like a
Doesn't
parody
make it
of
not
that.
compelling.
You're right, it's compelling, yeah. That's the point. That's the whole point, basically.
Yeah.
So I see like a lot of artists and people in the game dev community who love the art style of Marathon. I saw a lot of like creators and a lot of honestly just like average gamers who really didn't like the art style. And that's like, you like what you like, it's fine. But I don't know, I just found it really interesting.
Coming from the Milsim community side of extraction gaming and knowing the kind of community member that brings is often not what I'm looking for as an avatar. I'm always excited about something less realistic. And so like the cycle was really solid for me because I always wanted an extraction game that was like Aliens, you know, like something where I didn't have to worry about like having the realism discussion every day, which got obviously very old in Tarkov.
Realism is, that discussion is cursed.
Yeah.
That discussion makes me crazy.
And just like, it's used very disingenuously too, which is frustrating, I think, mostly. It's used conveniently by the devs to like excuse poor design or like lazy design. And then it's used by gamers that aren't good to make them feel good about like maybe they aren't as bad as they think they are. But really it's just like they need an excuse for just being older. And that's fine. But, you know, using realism to justify, like, how can I make this game less skill-based all the time got really old, too. Because I'm a competitive gamer. Like, I've played CS since I was 8 years old. You know, like, I want to feel like my decisions matter.
Yeah.
I want to feel like my aim and reflexes matter in a shooter.
We're cooking. Oh, my God.
I think so. Doing my darndest here. I'll throw a smoke on him in a second.
Wow, Warden down. Right. Oh my god.
Oh, is he down already? Nice.
Yeah.
Easy. One more ghost up here.
Man. And then sometimes I play around like this and I think maybe I'm a pro gamer. What the heck? What happened?
What about you? Did you have anything that you were like particularly stoked about, or that maybe didn't end up being that good?
Something that was different than I thought it would be. I guess not. I'm not sure if it's like good or bad, but I thought there would be kind of like Tarkov. I thought there would be more stuff like Woods or like Streets of Tarkov that like you could not run into people if you tried. You know, you could like really be sneaky and like do your own thing. You know, hide, get a quest done or something. That's like only kind of possible in this game. It's like,
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So I was really thinking, because the reason I like that is it lets people play a little bit more the way they want to play. It's just like another option for people, and I think that's always a good thing. It's not really possible in Marathon, or at least it's like it's unlikely for that situation to happen. And I kind of wish that that was a possibility, but at the same time, like there's lots of people who complain about Marathon not having enough PvP, or at least when the game came out. So, and that would just like exacerbate that. So I don't really know. I think it's probably like good to have a game like this, which is like a pretty close mix of you're fighting all the time and you're also able to somewhat avoid people, but not totally. Like you have to do things that make noise. I think it's fine.
think the threat's really important. I think one thing really amplifies the other, and having a good balance feels good
Yeah.
from a design perspective. Even though I'm not like a PvE gamer, I recognize that it can be really good to drive more meaningful PvP experiences if done right.
Yeah.
Kind of like Cryo. I think
Kinda
Cryo's
like
a great
Cryo.
example of exactly that.
Have you been playing a fair amount of Cryo?
Not really. The timing, the time-gated stuff has really kind of left me like out on Cryo most of the time.
Yeah.
Especially at the beginning. So I started doing Cryo more seriously at the end of season 1, and I did like the 1 through 5, got all that done before the season, and then I still haven't done 6. So, and I'm waiting to do compiler until I have them all to like feel better about it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it kind of feels illegitimate. You know, like obviously someone could have carried me through and just done it, but
Totally. Yeah, I didn't really hit Cryo much at all until season 2, until pretty recently. Because yeah, I wanted to earn it. I knew there were members of my community who offered all the time to like carry me through Cryo and stuff, and it's like, I don't know, do people really want to watch me just like walk through Cryo with a god team?
Right.
You know, pulling me along behind them. But I found a crew who was like kind of near my skill level, and we did Cryo together, and it was a total blast. But it was like it was a whole dedicated thing. Like it was weeks of like learning the map, making videos about the map, all that stuff. But it felt really good. Like it felt earned at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm excited for the arc. I know it'll be fun.
Yeah.
When I'm trying to like lock in and actually get it done.
It's a cool arc. It's definitely a cool arc. But yeah, you want like a crew who like learns with. I think that's the best. I mean, it's like any game like this. Like having a good crew who like learns with you and you forgive each other's dumb mistakes. That is the way.
Yeah, and I think I'm also very lucky, and I have a good amount of people that have great attitudes around me that I play with pretty regularly.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
That's huge. I've definitely been in that like kind of space where it's like my friends who I've been playing with for like, 15 years or something. They're working during the day,
Sure. Yeah.
So it's like I don't get to play with them as much as I'd like to. But yeah, it's tricky. But yeah, so that's that question. That was very interesting. Ooh, are we getting shot? What was that? I just hear a thief drone.
Maybe.
Maybe it was just a little. I think it was just a little bot.
I think it's AI on our friend here.
Yeah. Let's see. What is the hardest thing to learn in shooters in general? What's the hardest thing to learn, hardest thing to teach?
That's a great question. I think it really depends on the kind of shooter. I think if we're looking at extraction specifically, I think the hardest thing for especially new players or new extraction gamers to understand is to not fall into the trap of grinding for gear exclusively. Like the trap of I want my inventory or stash to look nicer, have higher number in it all the time, because they will just do runs that are like exclusively net positive. And so their gameplay is very one-dimensional.
Yeah.
And they don't end up experiencing like a very small fraction of the game, and they don't get good at any of the combat necessarily, just that one type of combat. And so they will get to a point where they feel like, okay, I finally have enough to bring out something like really good, and they put an incredible kit on, and then they get their ass handed to them by someone with like very mediocre gear. And it's because they didn't practice with it. They didn't go through the motions of actually like, putting themselves to the meat grinder to get good at the PvP. So understanding that experiencing the game is like actually how you get better. And if you get to a certain level of proficiency in the gunplay that you never have to even think about where your inventory is at, and you still get to have fun the whole time, like that to me is like the optimal way to play. And like that trap is very common, I think, for a lot of gamers.
Totally. My brother's the one who introduced me to Tarkov, and he would always tell me, like, you actually just have to get into fights or you'll never actually be good at the game, and it means you'll always lose your best kit when you bring it in. You'll be sad. You have to do it. I mean, they added like an arena mode later, which I think kind of helps with that.
Sure.
I do wish that existed, but I feel like marathon, or in marathon, I mean, I do feel like marathon is casual enough that like you can lose your free kit, and that's a way of learning the game.
100%.
It is just one of the, and this was going to be like a later question, but I get this question a lot. Like, how do I not tilt after losing 5 games in a row? How do I not get mad? How do I not rage after I lose all my gear 5 games in a row? I want to quit. Why, how do you avoid that? And I think that's a really, really tough question.
Yeah, I think having
a whole mindset
those
thing.
like simple game modes, low effort, like low investment, potentially big come up, either like having rook runs or free kit or going PvE, like any of those are great options for like the mental reset. And I think a lot of times, like I know that I'm not the only community. I see this plenty where like you're playing with a group of broadcasters, you guys throw 3 kits away through like someone, scuffing a fight or like just getting unlucky. And everyone's like, man, I don't want to put another kit on. And then you go do one of those things and it's a nice reset.
Yeah.
And you get to, and then maybe you get a come up and then, okay, we're going to string this kit for a while.
Speaking of stringing this kit, I'm just going to bring this exact same thing
Yeah.
in. Or run until the wheels fall off,
That sounds good.
on this kit. Straight up. Let's go to Perimeter. It's your favorite map.
Let's do it.
Oh, I should probably not bring this Dire Marsh key, huh?
Yeah, I think it may not be helpful there. For shooters in general, especially like competitive arena shooters, it's kind of like twofold. If you're playing something like Counter-Strike, I think a lot of people find it very difficult to focus on individual aspects of their game. If you're queuing with a bunch of randoms, it's really important to like focus on yourself and be very introspective about what you could be doing better. It's very easy to understand what other people are messing up and why you're losing. But if you focus on like individual aspects, like your util usement, your crosshair placement, specifically your peaks, maybe your eco plays or strategies, like all those things are things that you can really hone in on and be like, okay, this is what I'm thinking about this match.
Man.
And I think that's what makes you a better player, is like taking like tiny little slices of the game. That's a really hard skill to acquire. And I think in general, that's just like a microcosm of just like being a good learner.
Oh my God. Mark, it's music to my ears. You're killing me here. You're taking the words right out of my mouth. That is exactly what I try to like communicate on my channel. And I also get asked like, how do I become better, or how do I like treat players who are new or whatever. And I talk about how like there's so many ways to be good. First of all, you don't need to be good in a video game. It's okay to not be good. And second of all, like just enjoy yourself, right? That's like the main thing. But also like there's so many soft skills you can have. Like if you're a dad who plays 2 hours a week, maybe you focus on like your communication skills in a game like this, like your call outs or map knowledge, like look at a map in your free time or something. Like you don't have to be good at clicking on heads to be a good part of the team. I think that's like
100%
so important in every game, and in learning in general. Like there's many ways to contribute to things. One of my professors in college was like, if you're like actually not good at this class, if you like really are not vibing with it, you're not doing well, be the guy who brings pizza and encourages other people. I think that's great. Like do it. That's also
the reality
helpful.
is like you can be the glue guy in the workforce too. Like that's a valuable life lesson, like people need that on the team, and you can keep your job by not being as good at your job if you got that skill. That's a fact.
Yeah. That is so good. I love that. Wow. Chat, clip that wisdom. Okay. Download that directly into your brain. Okay. Becoming a good learner is good, not just a marathon. It is the most important thing in all of life. Wow.
Yeah. And I think it also allows you to simultaneously like be able to piecemeal learning in a way that makes you feel good about overcoming adversity. It makes it feel digestible to improve and not like this gigantic insurmountable hill. It breaks it into parts for you by approaching things that way. And then you're like, okay, this is hard, but if I am focused on this one thing and improving it, then that moves the needle. And that's really important.
Yeah. Yeah, that is really good advice.
I
I
have
was
a
gonna
buddy
say,
who,
or go
who
ahead.
specifically like he plays on like kind of a shitty setup. Like his PC is old. He uses one monitor. Like gaming is like his thing. But he also like works really hard. He's a programmer. Um, and when we play Counter-Strike together, like he knows he's not the head clicker.
Yeah.
He specifically spends extra time knowing the util for the maps and being like a comms guy and being able to IGL and like stare at the mini map and basically relay info in a meaningful way.
Yeah.
Which is massive.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons I think it's really difficult to implement something like skill-based matchmaking in Marathon is like, what is skill in Marathon? What
Sure.
metric can they base that on? Like how much
Yeah.
damage you're doing, how many kills you get? What about someone who knows everything about Cryo Archive, every single nook and cranny, and who moves
Right.
the team around the map in an efficient way? There's no metric for that Bungie
Right.
can track, and you'll end up in like low tier because of that. Maybe like win rate or something, but it's just like, it's not as simple as people say, oh, just match people up with people of the same skill. I think it's way, way, way more complicated than that.
Well, I'm actually a strong believer in no matchmaking in an extraction shooter ever. I think randomized is always the best.
That is a super hot take. I think
Yeah.
there I would disagree with you a little bit.
Okay.
Because
I would love to know why.
basically it feels like what that does is people who are good at the game or really good at the game end up dominating way more. So like you and I feel like, you know, we stream a bunch, we've been playing a lot of shooters. We're like, even though I think of myself as kind of average among people who take the game pretty seriously, among like literally everyone who plays the game, we're quite good. You know, like if you put us with
Sure.
completely random people, you
Yeah,
know,
I mean, it would time invested, right? Like,
yeah,
it'd be impossible not to be quite good in the grand scheme of things.
right. So it feels like it would really, really benefit people like me a lot. But then people who are casual, like people who play 2 hours a week, they would lose so much. They would get just run over. Once in a while, they'd have someone like Walla or Staycation on their team, and they would get just like completely run over. I don't know.
Yeah, but I also think like we are getting engaged on.
Oh yeah, players. Yeah,
Let's break.
I'll get on the roof. Gray shields.
We're chilling. But I think we are the minority, right? Like the people who play as often as us is like a much smaller percent of the population. The amount of people that actually play 2 hours is much larger, right? So I think like partially that's balancing, that's self-balancing. Be on this guy. I also think, yeah. A pop one and then one low. Maybe they both dropped low now. Yeah, they did. Running west 269 against the wall. Looking for them to pop out, but I haven't seen it yet. Build tracker drone.
Come with you. Oh,
Last one way out there.
yeah, he's running.
Okay, I'm gonna cut him off a little south if I can.
Where did he go? I think he really booked it.
Yeah, he might have pulled out all the way south to the individual thing, or he's like tucked along the rock wall there.
Stealth engaged.
Pressing. I don't see him tucked. He may try and double back for the pickups. Either
Yeah.
one of our two ways. I think we're probably okay to split.
Yeah, we can kind we can strip their bodies, grab their shields and stuff too.
UESC
Yeah.
reinforcements
Might not be
incoming.
worth
I'm just
hunting
gonna
them
peek
down.
over this like little plateau for 1 second, then I'll come back.
Sure.
Yeah, I think, you know, I played Tarkov, and Tarkov is still like this in a way where there is no matchmaking whatsoever, and you queue 1 into 5s potentially, and it's a complete randomness to it. And I think there's something so magical about that in varied experience, every raid is truly different. It is easier with the Tarkov time to kill to do something like that.
Yeah.
But I do think that in general, if you were to say like have it up to 3, even with this time to kill, I think it would be, I would prefer it as an experience. And if you were the guy that only gets 2 hours in, then you exclusively like do with your buddies in most like of the competitive game modes or the PvP focused game modes. And you can 3v1 someone like me. And someone like me who's here for content is often not going to run threes, meet you in staycation, and then just like kill a basic lobby on perimeter, right?
Right,
Like,
because there's fewer of us statistically.
that's just like, and even if we were going to do like, the people that do choose to do that will be less, right? But it's like not something that we would choose because we know that that's dumb. What do we get out of that?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I love the randomness. I think it's widely accepted by everyone who plays Tarkov. So it's really hard for me to wrap my head around communities that are so vehemently against it. I actually think it makes for a better overall experience for the person who only has 2 hours a week to play, because they are not constantly up against people who are the exact same skill level. Like, there are people worse than them, and it does feel good when they get to run into them and like flex like their improvement over time. But if you're always against the guy that's doing almost as well as you are, or slightly better than you at all times, then it always has this like, there's this constant feeling of friction.
There's
You know what I
always
mean?
It's always sweaty because it's always a
It's
difficult
always
fight.
sweaty because always right where you're supposed to
Yeah.
be. And that's true across the board for everybody. So everyone has to experience that, even if you're really good.
Yeah,
And
that
that's
is
not super fun. And it doesn't reward you for putting the time or like effort into focusing on those soft skills and becoming a better player in different ways. And I think like we could get into a whole gameplay discussion that's really, where the crux it is, at a certain point, like when do we talk about, okay, if you can have 1s into 3s, then you can't have team UI, right? Because the difference is like when you are in a team, the downside is you have to double check your comms to make sure that you're not going to FF your teammate, right? And
Yeah.
that's the advantage of the solo, is not having to have that delay or have good comms. You just get to shoot on sight constantly. And that's part of what makes it work in Tarkov. So from a game design perspective, it is like a very different experience that lends itself to that idea working. And those things would obviously have to change in that environment.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Which I'm not necessarily suggesting for this game. I think it's what I prefer as like an overall rule, but it does come with like a massive shift in design.
It is huge. I think the biggest argument against skill-based matchmaking is, and it's a big downside, is the better you get at the game doesn't mean you win more.
Yeah.
Like that never, you're always basically at 50% against, when you get into a gunfight, 50% of the time you're going to win. Or at least that's like the aim of skill-based matchmaking.
Sure. Yep.
For the most part. So then like your incentive has to be other stuff. It can't really just be getting good, because it won't make you win more, which is a huge
Which is really
loss.
frustrating for me as
Yeah.
someone who doesn't give a shit about gear, or like the value to me is always getting good,
Yeah.
right? Feeling like I'm playing better.
Yeah, I just I'm hesitant about it, because one of the main things I see when people get like really frustrated and they feel like quitting the game is they get run over by a team that's clearly just
Sure.
better and more geared than them, and they hate it, and because they had
Yeah,
no
I think,
chance,
I think for me, I see most games cater to that exact avatar, and no
Yeah.
one's catering to the avatar that's doing
Right.
what I'm asking for.
Yeah.
And so when there are games like that, I think there's huge potential to capture market share. And I think originally, I think Bungie has learned lessons through the development cycle that they do need to like kind of double down and cater to like, they wanted to cater to this like PvP base, especially after Arc Raiders and what happened socially.
yeah,
And it's interesting for them to still kind of see, it seems like they're still walking on eggshells with the complaints of people who don't want to get good at the game and want the game to cater to being able to put less time in and still have success.
Ammo crate here.
I just
So
feel like they're kind of in this like this I don't know. It feels like purgatory.
A little bit. Yeah. So you think like, and yeah, I had a whole like future section as well about future marathon stuff, but you think the direction marathon should go is to sort of double down on its hardcoreness?
In my perfect world, I would do exactly what I'm saying. I would take off the UI UX for teammates. I would have FF turned on. I would have no matchmaking. I would have like a more robust friend system and like friend finder in a way that doesn't allow you to just like kill a random for their stuff and like punish that kind of thing like Tarkov does. And yeah, I would have it up to 3s, and I would have every queue be like 1 to 3 people. That's what you can see. And so you actually have to pay attention and see like, okay, is this a 1-man? Is it a 2-man? Is it a 3-man? You actually have to like look around and be more hesitant. You can't just go slurp the loot when you know you killed all 3, or like the bags are making the sound, you know, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think it would increase. I think anything for me in this genre specifically that doubles down on risk reward is the win, right? Like that's really like the lens of which I look at most design decisions. And I think that would have a really positive impact on that front. And again, cater to that avatar that is super underserved, in my opinion, in gaming in general, not just an extraction shooter. And I think like it's the same reason why people love traditional MMOs. It's that same avatar of like, I want to put the work in and I want to like feel like I'm reaping the reward.
I would
very
say
few games allow me to do that.
I would say your opinion on that is like pretty counter to what a lot of the community
100%.
thinks, but I don't really think you're wrong. Like that kind of game you're describing is probably a game I would enjoy more. I just wonder if there's enough. I wonder if there's enough people who think that way, but then I think, well, Tarkov is
not for a company like Sony.
Yeah.
Is the real answer. I think if you built it as an indie from the ground up with that idea in mind, and were just like ethically sound, unlike Battlestate games, then you could really have a banger on your hands.
Yeah.
But I think it's way too AAA to go that route, which is part of that like weird purgatory friction that's going on here.
Yeah,
they
feel
like they have to bring in more avatars, which is why we're seeing, you know, some of these PvE game modes. And I think there are good ways to do it. And I've suggested some good ones too, I think, that are exciting, but we'll see what happens.
From the moment I played Tarkov, I always wanted a more streamlined experience. Because I was definitely playing before there was like a sorting. You couldn't sort the backpack or whatever. There was a lot of like literally quality of life stuff missing. And so Cycle Frontier to me kind of hit that niche for me, and Marathon also kind of hit that niche for a while, but that's super interesting. I don't know. I mean, I do think they're trying to toe the line between something that's like kind of casual like Arc Raiders and something more intense like Tarkov. Like people think of Marathon as a pretty hardcore game, even though like you and I coming from Tarkov, it's like pretty chill, you know, like Marathon is even super forgiving.
I've always said that Tarkov has an insane amount of safety nets that actually make the game very easy and kind of like have shifted it away from its like hardcore roots.
Yeah.
I think between like insurance and I think the flea market, I think, you know, safety container, I think scav raid, I think soft skills, like all these things are ways to cut corners in the grand scheme of things, or even just like pre-order a better edition and start with 0.2 reps per thing.
Oh my god, that
you know what I mean?
kills
like
me.
Yeah, and then they've really just quadrupled down on just like swipe your credit card, have an easier experience, and that's fine, but like you really are taking away like a huge like amount of the value of playing the game. And I ended up playing on like a standard account, and like, you know, like I started doing hardcore Tarkov with Deadly Slob, like late 2017, early 2018 was like maybe the first time we did that. And then I took it like a step further with something called Ethical Tarkov.
Purple backpack.
Just trying to keep it interesting.
Yeah.
And it just took away like all those safety nets. And I found myself really like enjoying the game in such a like a more intense way by doing that. It was so satisfying to like have to theory craft like how I'm going to get to like XYZ next step of progressing the account.
Yeah.
and that's great. Like, I don't know. I think it felt much more meaningful than playing on like my, my juiced out EOD account, which obviously I had to like play the alpha.
Yeah, I never had EOD, and my brother did when he introduced me to the game, and it was crazy. I mean, there were just like objects that I really needed that were too big. People who don't know this about Tarkov, let me just quickly explain. So in Tarkov, you have a safe pocket, which is, ooh, we can do this down here, which is basically, there's a part of your inventory, you can put an item in there, and it gets exfilled with you no matter what. Even if you die, you get to keep the item. Tarkov has a special edition, which gives you a bigger version of that pocket, so you can take out more items or bigger items. If Marathon did that, there would be like a riot in the streets or something. And I mean, it really made me feel bad. Like, it made, like, I was running with my brother, and he could just take out a, like a, I don't even remember what the items were, but there were tons of items that, like, I couldn't fit in my safe pocket because I literally didn't pay more money. And that was really unfortunate. I'm glad that doesn't exist in this game. I'm kind of split on like the safe pocket thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I think from like the PvP perspective, it feels terrible to kill someone and not get their best stuff.
True.
And they really used to like let it ride. Now it's like much more limited to what you can put in there, but it was really brutal before. Like, you could just get a LEDX, slam it in there, call it a day. It's like, there was no period of like, oh my god, I got this thing, I gotta get out. 99% of the time, it's just in your butt and it's safe in your business. So it's like, it didn't matter what happened the rest of the raid, and you just bankrolled your next 20 raids. Congrats.
Yep.
And that, like, I think that really is undermining towards like the goal of the game or what they're trying to accomplish, so.
Yeah. Oh man, so many things to do on this map. There's a rocket drone. I'm out of ammo though. Let's get out of here.
Okay.
I'm so out of ammo.
Here.
Okay. Were there any Tarkov habits you had to kick to get better at Marathon? I know getting better isn't your main thing, but
Tarkov habits I had to kick. I think maybe the only adjustment. Well, I just haven't like I didn't main Tarkov since like 2020, so like I think most of those habits were broken from just like doing pure variety since then.
Yeah.
For like 6 years until I could play Marathon. But maybe from like Tarkov to the cycle, or maybe cycle to this, it's just about learning like what you can get away with. Like Tarkov, I could get away with a ton because if you aimed well and you shot them in the face, you'd win the fight, right?
Yeah.
Even if it was 1v5. And so I'd put myself in these like really terrible positions on purpose just to see.
yeah.
Which was really fun. And you can't do that as much on the cycle, and even more so you can't do that as much in this game. So it's like, I think positioning intelligently and like really focusing up to not put yourself in a bad position is something you kind of have to focus on here.
Yeah. I'd say I had to unlearn some carefulness because in Tarkov, like, in Tarkov, like, getting the one-shot headshot is so good that, like, full sending it, like, really going in hard, putting yourself at a disadvantaged position, you will just die in Tarkov.
Yeah.
They will shoot you in the face, and that's that. In this game, like, it's kind of like Apex. When you get a down, you get a couple people low, you just have to, like, capitalize on it. You have to go in, because they're going to heal up in 2 seconds. Yeah. That's probably the main thing I had to unlearn. That's also something I've tried to, like, teach in some of my videos of, like, you have to be aggressive, or you're just going to run out of med. Like, the fight just turns into who has the most meds.
Attrition.
Yeah, you don't want to lose the war of attrition. Yeah, I'd say that's my biggest one that I had to kind of unlearn. But I also played a lot of Apex, so that was kind of like, that's very much Apex. Apex plays too. Like,
I played very little Apex. I played it like when it first came out. I did like a few days with Sack and Break, and like that was fun just because they're like fun people to game with. But like I don't think the game ever really clicked with me. And I'd also been playing like BRs since Arma.
Yeah.
So I went from like Arma 3 BR to H1Z1 to PUBG.
I played a lot of PUBG.
Yeah. I did
Yeah.
like PUBG as like my second main game ever. That was my first switch off of DayZ, and I did that for about a year.
Yeah. I have the controversial section next.
All
if you're
right.
interested. Are you ready for
That
this?
sounds ideal.
That sounds ideal. Perfect. All right, we're heating up. We're heating up. And let's go to Dire Marsh. I have a key, just like a blue key.
Are you gonna choose to drink milk over there, or am I following your lead?
What's that?
I thought this was Hot Ones. You know?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Am I drinking milk? We're drinking a cold water right now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Then I'll stick to water.
We had a protein shake, a caffeine pill, and a cold water, and we're just
it
ripping
is.
marathon. That's a morning right there. That's a good morning.
It's locked in.
We're so locked in. Okay, Day Marsh, beautiful. Okay, first one's easy, kind of open ended. Okay, just your most controversial marathon opinion, your hottest take, just whatever you feel like it is.
Man. I mean, maybe I hate to just like refer to something we already talked about for content's sake, but I do think maybe it's like no SBMM at all, just purely random, and like you have to fight 3 people sometimes. As obviously something I'm going to get a huge backlash from a big part of the community. I definitely understand that. But maybe like outside of that opinion, I mean, I think maybe it's not a hot take here, but a hot take in like the gaming industry is that this is by far the best skill-based extraction shooter by a mile, as someone who's played them all and consulted for over half of them.
That is so interesting. Wait, so which other ones have you consulted for? You consulted for Cycle. You consult at all for Tarkov?
Well, non-professionally, as a friendly gesture.
Yeah.
Exoborn, Hunt Showdown.
Wow.
What else has there been, chat? That is like meaningful, because obviously there is like some flash in the pan stuff. Plenty of it, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know what exists. What was it? Gray Zone? Yeah, well, I wouldn't call it extraction, but yeah, I do send them info.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, somewhere in there. I mean, and again, like, I've played ever since, you know. I mean, I would even consider like Dark Zone, The Division.
Yep.
Yeah, Dark and Darker, I think, counts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great genre. It's such a good genre, and
I love it.
You know, it got born out of just like pure ineptitude, which is awesome. I love, or popularized from ineptitude, in my opinion, from like Battlestate, like wanting this open world survival shooter, not knowing how to do netcode in any way, shape, or form, choosing Unity as their engine, and then being like, oh, we really have to limit the way this works, and this is going to change in the future. And then they just like popularize the whole genre.
Yeah.
And it's like the next flavor of the month. You're like, oh.
Yeah.
So I find that to be like a cool origin story to like really this exploding and being like the next thing after Battle Royale. But
yeah, I mean, I love the genre. Like, I just play a lot of games that stress me out a little bit, and I really enjoy that. I don't know. It's like I just need that adrenaline high, which I just don't
100%.
get. I love Battlefield and stuff like that, but I don't remember like a single Battlefield game I've ever played. I remember like 30 or more Tarkov games, like specific games, you know? And I love that. Like the rounds actually feeling like a story and actually feeling like something I want to remember and engage with more deeply than a Battlefield round, you know?
One thing I've always said is unique player interaction is king. And anything that lends itself to that is like what I'm looking for most of the time. That's like what I enjoyed in DayZ. And you know, like I was the guy who was like, why does Tark not have VoIP? What are we doing? Like, I advocated for VoIP for like 3 years, and then the cycle did like one play test showing like, oh yeah, this works. People like this, and they were like, okay, fine. You know, like,
yeah. And Marathon didn't have VoIP right at the in Alpha.
That was crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy.
That was a crazy choice.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting to see like how they land on some of this. I mean, I get their hesitation, but at the same time, it's like if it's something that can be turned off, where click a button, let the people click the button. Not a big deal. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, I would love to hear their justification for not having it. If I had to like take a shot in the dark, it would be like, well, a lot of like 70% of the time, it's going to be people just yelling slurs at you, after you kill them. And maybe that's true, but like, is it worth getting rid of any possibility of communicating with enemies in your game or people in your game because of that fact, because some bad actors will ruin it? I don't think so. It's like a huge part of these games, like diplomacy, talking to rooks, talking to other teams in cryo when you have 2 minutes left to extract and you're like, dudes, if we fight right now, we're all gonna die. You need to back off. I think it's great. I think it's an important part of this game.
It's very interesting how seldom that still happens in this game in general. I think like using VoIP as like VoIP can easily be your greatest weapon, and I definitely flex that a lot in the Cycle Frontier, but I find that there's definitely less people receptive to it in Marathon.
Yeah, I don't really know why that is.
I don't know if that's been your experience too, but
I've honestly had pretty good success with it, but I haven't tried it a lot. I haven't tried it a lot just sort of out of nowhere. It's usually because something needs to get done. Like, yeah, extract is coming up in 2 minutes. Both teams are fighting. Right. It's like a death sentence if we both keep fighting. Or like a rook, I don't want their stuff. I don't really care about their green shield that disappears. So I just say, hey, stay away. We're going to loot Pinwheel. If you come in after us, there's going to be a bunch of stuff all over the place. Like that kind of stuff I think is great. I'm super personally, and I don't really blame other people for doing this, but I'm not into like teaming up and stuff like that. I think specifically as a streamer, if I was just like a normal dude, I think teaming up is like it's pretty much fine, at least to like do certain types of content, especially like compiler, teaming up to do compiler or something like that with other people. I think that's great. I just don't do it myself as a streamer because, like, a ton of people know my name and I could run around with like 6 people every round and crush the whole lobby and it'd be super unfun for everyone except me. So that's why I don't do it. But yeah, I think voice over IP, I think it's like a necessary part of extraction shooters. It feels so integral to the whole experience of like having all these different types of experiences in one lobby. And that is another argument against sort of skill-based matchmaking, is because 100%. It makes all the people you run into the same type of people as you, which isn't super memorable. I did it like a skill-based matchmaking versus level-based matchmaking video. I think Marathon walks the line pretty well in terms of the matchmaking stuff. Like, you'll run into teams that are way better than you, way worse than you, but not by like a huge amount generally, most of the time. There's exceptions to that, of course, but like they've done an interesting mix of skill-based matchmaking, level-based matchmaking. I don't know the specifics, and they have been very, very cagey with that kind of stuff for good reason. But I'd love to see what they've got going on behind the scenes there. I would guess the matchmaking marathon is vastly more complex than people think it is. And they're doing a lot. Features. Yeah, it's like, many features.
And I think I'm okay to confirm as many features. And also, I will say, I think it caught them off guard about like how narrow it made the experience for some people, and it has expanded. Like like how tight that matchmaking has been expanded like significantly since the start.
Yeah. Do you?
So have you? People have more varied experience.
I guess I'm not sure if you can talk about it, but have you interfaced with the Bungie devs?
Yeah.
Much? Yeah.
Yes.
That's very interesting. Yes. I'm guessing you can't really talk much about that. Or can you?
Like, I don't know. Not like super extensively, but yeah. I mean, I've definitely like provided feedback and gone back and forth with them and been in some meetings and stuff, but most of it's just like early info, and then just give feedback where I can and what I think is a good idea and not a good idea.
So many robots. Okay, that was just my very first controversial question. All right, part two. Okay, you've kind of answered bits of this already,
Okay.
but here's the whole thing. So you played a lot of Tarkov. Some people say Tarkov is too complicated, too hardcore.
Okay.
Some people say Marathon is too complicated, too hardcore. How does Tarkov get away with it? How is Tarkov so popular when it's so hardcore? Is it just that people
because
like
the game is incredibly easy.
Yeah.
Tarkov is possibly the easiest extraction shooter and the most handholdy, and it's this public because it's a milsim specifically. The community has convinced themselves and everyone else the game is a difficult game. While clinging like 10 fingers gripped, white knuckling every single like hand-holding mechanic possible and like refuse to let go. It's like this. It's a bunch of older gamers who don't have like the same like normal reflexes that they used to, or like FPS prowess, that double down on like wanting and needing like changes that allow them to compete at a level without having those things, right? And so like the person who's capable of sitting there with their like one-shot gun for longer in a bush and being patient, and then they wait for the guy to like run into the exact spot and like loot this thing standing still that they've spent 20 minutes like camping and waiting for, they call that a hardcore experience. And it's like, well, what exactly do we mean by hardcore? Because it's certainly not skill based. So yeah, I think, but I don't know. I don't know if that's a hot take or controversial to say. I think maybe at this point people feel more so that way, though I have been saying that for a very long time, to a lot of disappointment from that community. Like I've gotten obviously a lot of feedback on that front, but yeah, I think maybe people have come to realize that like, oh yeah, we can have extraction games that still have like meaningful skill gap in it.
I think the controversial part of that take is maybe like that the thing that makes a game hardcore is how hard you have to try to play it optimally. And you're saying like the optimal way to play Tarkov technically is to sit in a bush and then shoot someone in the head who's looting.
For sure.
And that's not hard to do. Would you say that's like a good summary?
Absolutely. That's a solid way to break it down, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's a really interesting way to think about it.
Especially like with the like one shot face shot. Like you line it up and you click, and the guy's not moving and you're not moving, so there is no netcode to like contend with. He has no idea that you exist. You haven't made any sound. Like you're completely obfuscated by this bush. No one in their right mind is gonna see you not moving. And and then you have a free come up and you kill him, you loot him, and you scoot to extract and you call it a day. It's not, you know what I mean? It's not, I don't know. I think there was a time where the game was more so balanced towards like some skill expression. And I would say that the introduction of inertia and then weight limits not only removed that skill expression, but also removed like the reward portion of risk reward, because now like they basically took a game where you can queue into 5 people and you kill them as a solo and you can only loot like 2 people's worth of loot and get it out. So why would I ever engage more than a 2-man if like I can't even get the juice from the squeeze?
I personally stopped playing Tarkov regularly after that change when they implemented that. That was my jumping off point. I was like, first of all, it made me ill how much your like character's head swayed. That like killed me. I'm someone who gets very sick in games like that.
Yeah.
But also, it just felt like I literally would win a raid. My brother and my friend Grass Monster would both be dead, and I walk out with like an extra gun, and I'm sad. That's all I could pick up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's super interesting. So I mean, I feel like you have a different definition of like hardcoreness than I think a lot of people have.
Yeah, I think a big part of that is just like playing CS my whole life. Like I understand what it means to be good at a shooter.
Yeah,
and I think some of that's just like super lost on some people who play something like Tarkov as their only FPS.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, nameless organs. We're getting nameless organs here. Guess I could grab this crazy channel rifle. Cool. Okay. Controversial. That was controversial. Number 2. Well, I guess the follow-up to that, is there anything Marathon, is there any lesson that the Marathon devs can take from Tarkov's sort of journey from being this early, like, hardcore, more skill expression-y game to a more forgiving game that it is now?
Yeah, I think they definitely need to lock in more on like what made it good to begin with, and like the platform that like made it succeed as like an indie company who like, yeah, had made some games before and like kind of given up on them and like didn't treat their audience super well, but still got away with making this thing because the design was good and really played in a way that felt like a super meaningful gaming experience. Like and they've done a lot of things since then to move away from that. And so, like, understanding how Tarkov progressed over time and how they shouldn't necessarily, like, look at the current game in its current state as, like, any sort of, like, barometer for success, because it's super far removed, IMO.
So do you think Tarkov's success currently, because it is still pretty successful, do you think that's more like kind of an inertia thing? Like they're 100%. Just people who played it and they just have they're still playing it?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I think anyone who's played it the whole time will tell you that they jumped off when you jumped off, or like that's not an uncommon thing.
Yeah.
It's like, I think everyone's favorite year for Tarkov, if you played them all, was 2019. And that was after they mostly got cheaters in like an okay spot. Player base was up. Net code felt pretty good. There were still scabs in like a meaningful way. There was like good loot distribution. Not too many things were like super cheesable. Yeah, I think that was like the sweet spot for most people.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That update ruined me. I was so done with it. It actually just made me so sad. Mm-hmm. I will say it was like my first extraction shooter, so I had like a ton of gear fear. Right? I never played a game where like I lose all my stuff. And so
that was a great lesson from DayZ.
Yeah, we learned a lot.
Like you die, you lose everything. And so yeah, I think like I chase that level of risk reward in most things. Because again, it takes a lot for me to get that adrenaline or to feel like, holy shit, that fight was amazing. You know, like
are we just addicts, Mark? Are we just addicted to the that adrenaline rush?
It's all relative, right? Like I wouldn't say I'm like a thrill seeker in any way, shape, or form. I don't think that it's even like, it doesn't feel that way in like other parts of my life. But I will say that like even playing Counter-Strike, like being put in the 1vx situation and clutching that, like nothing feels better.
Yeah.
Like I want that. I want to be like back pressed against the wall. And I also think like I perform really well under pressure, like for tournaments and stuff like that. Like that's when you're gonna get your best gameplay out of me. And oftentimes I will come up with best way to put it, like odds. Like I'll have to put like stakes on runs, or like in PUBG I would have to like face consequences for not getting a certain placement or like getting a certain number of kills. And if I did that, I would hit it and I would play like a million times better than if I was just playing to play. You know?
Yeah.
Like I need that extra, like I need consequences to feel locked in.
Do you need that antivirus pack if we do lockdown?
Sure. Yeah, I'll grab that.
I think we can do it.
Sounds good.
We're rolling so hard here every round. All right, next question. So you play a lot of extraction-y type shooters. Players, play first.
Yeah, behind, we're pinched, man. You know? I try and get low, I have self.
I gotcha.
Beauty. In the pancetta. Far side.
Got one. Finish.
Nice. Good finish.
Cracked.
This is when I want like the variable stand crouch. Holy, that rail's in the perfect spot to not be able to see. Heated. Get a bubble.
Holy bananas, that's a lot of bubbles.
Claymore down.
Warning. Reinforcement
Got one?
detected.
Dude, I'm toasting them here.
Let's get
Swinging with you.
patched
Oh, he ran. He's there.
up. Look,
Yeah, he went right. He went right.
Inside.
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna go high.
I think I hear him. He's on the top.
Yep. Drop.
He's very low. Nice, we got him.
Is that all three or just
Yeah,
two?
that's all three.
Okay, nice.
Oh, except for the bots.
Not a big deal.
Can't forget about the bots. Woo! Aggro Claymore for the win.
Good. All right.
What the heck? Wait, is that players? No, it's just
Nope,
a
still
angry,
bot.
angry bot.
Damn, he's pissed.
So I
Okay.
see. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. We got 3 kills so fast there. No problem. No problem. Good fight. Good fight. Good stuff, Panda. Well done. That was beautiful. So you play a lot of extraction-y type games, high octane, I guess not high octane, high stakes. I guess
Sure.
would be the right word.
Yep.
What do you think makes them great? Besides just the stakes.
Well, the way I've always described it, I don't know if this really answers your question the way you want, but this game, like games like this, are gambling. They're just
Yeah.
gambling.
I have described it like that. We had a pro poker player join me for a bunch of games.
Oh, really?
That's how I pitched it to him. Yeah.
It's gambling, and you're just betting on your run, and how much you want to bring in is what you want to ante, and you can bet more on yourself and increase your odds a little bit, but you don't have as much come up potential, right? And so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always described Tarkov like that. I think it's a huge reason for the feelings of addiction towards a game like this. But I do think just like the satisfaction overcoming adversity is massive, and it's something that, again, like that may be that person's first introduction to that concept. I think like in 2026, I think it's as rare as it's ever been for people to understand how good it feels to overcome adversity. Like, I think as technology progresses, we live a life of convenience for the most part, and so people just get very addicted to like the easiest way out possible, or like the easiest path of least resistance. It's like human nature, and it feels good to challenge yourself and learn new things, and these kinds of games really lend themselves to that, and I think that's really rewarding.
Yeah. I think that's a very cool answer. I think that's great. Why not? I mean, I agree. There's a general trend towards making games more accessible, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like having more
Not
people be able to
necessarily.
enjoy games.
But it's definitely not for non-nefarious reasons. It's just for
Totally.
the sake of consumerism.
Yeah, I
But-
talked about my most recent. This is my personal pet peeve. In my most recent video, I talked about like how I really hope Marathon doesn't add a hub area. It's like one of my least favorite things because like hub areas in first-person games, most of the time, they exist to sell you skins, so you can see your
Sure.
character in
Good for the
third
cycle,
person.
for sure.
And that is what that exists for, and so
Yeah.
advocating for it feels crazy to me, right? Because that's like,
Yeah.
it's like, please, marketers, like, please sell me a skin. It's just like, there's other reasons to have hub areas. That's like an oversimplification, but that's how it just like feels to me when I
Yeah.
see one, especially in a
Battle
first-person
State
game.
doesn't help that either, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've really monetized the shit out of Hideout.
Yeah. So I'm really against the hub area, but I see how
That makes
some people
sense.
like it. I see how some people are into it, and some
I
games
think
do
it
it
can
well.
be done well.
Yeah.
I think especially if it's done in like a way that like feels good as a social hub, as a way to like just hang out with other players in a way that feels meaningful. Even just like, I mean, you could do all kinds of interesting things. I'm not going to give a bunch of ideas away for free, but I think it can be done in a way that feels good. So
Yeah.
yeah, and when it's done in a way that's just like exclusively scummy, which is most of the time and mostly every example we've ever seen, I understand how you feel the way you do, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the hub and hunger's interesting. I mean, I didn't get to play the game, but I watched a couple of videos on it this morning. And you know, it really seems like a little more meaningful with like the MMO aspect with the crafting and whatnot, and like unlocking different areas in it to access tech.
Did you
That's
grab the
something
thing
at
for
least.
this? One
No,
of
I
us
didn't
did,
touch
I
it yet.
think.
Okay.
What the heck?
Must be our panda friend.
Did you grab the thing for this panda? I don't have the open. I don't have the key. What the heck? Where is it? It usually spawns right there. Chat will know. Chat will yell.
Surely.
Surely, chat. What am I missing, chat? It always spawns right there.
It's on the yellow thing.
It's on the yellow thing.
What they say. Up there?
What's this?
No shot.
Chat sees all. I don't freaking see it.
And when
I don't
they
see it. I don't see it even a
they
little
act like
bit.
they do anyway.
It always spawns right here. It's bugged out and didn't spawn for me in the same spot. It's look at weird
Glitched
angle
into the
by the
ground.
stairs. All right. Well, we're killing this thing instead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a very specific name for this, but I don't really know what like the ESRB rating is for your broadcast. So
Ooh, we're
I'll
pretty
keep it to
family
myself.
friendly here.
Yeah. We'll keep it to
Unfortunately, you know.
ourselves. No, yeah, it's good.
Fortunately.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I ran into, this was really funny. I ran into like a dad and his 2 kids who were playing Outpost on Marathon. I think that's, I mean, good for them. That's wild. That's a fun
I think
activity.
for the most part, the random encounters I've had have been pretty positive. Pretty,
Yeah.
I don't know, pretty wholesome. Pretty wholesome engagements.
His kids were really talking some crap, but that's good. They're learning early, you know.
That's healthy. Yeah.
That's good. Get that anger out. I'm getting obliterated by this thing. I'm in a terrible spot.
I've been informed by someone who works for a publisher that ESRB is for physical only, and that using that as my metaphor was not apt. So,
Yeah, huge
for those
error,
of you guys paying
honestly.
attention at home, my mistake.
I'm getting freaking toasted by this thing. Nice.
5 minutes remain.
All right, how we looking? How we looking? Pretty good. Got some goodies in there for sure.
I took all the heavy I got. I'm thinking, damn near. I need those grenades. I was thinking how lamentable it was I had none. Anything else I'm good on? Let our panda buddy grab.
Strongest on my mark.
Letting this panda guy
Yeah.
get his stuff.
Yeah.
He's been good. And quiet too. That's a win.
Often a win.
Often a win. Alright. I'll grab this weird cat thing.
Very
Is
good.
he doing it? Is he doing it? I think he's doing it. Cool. Alright, let's get out of here. Man. We were half paying attention. We beat that whole blue and purple team. No problem. Just a run and yap, except we're having like insane crushing games. No problem, no problem.
Like it. Light work.
Light work.
Light work.
See, this is the power of not really caring if you win or not and not having gear fear. You literally just play better.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah, it's 100% true. That's why I was so mediocre at Tarkov. I was terrified. I was like running, sawed off Mosins every round because I didn't want to lose any money, but I was like, I could just kill someone with one shot with this, right?
Yeah.
All
Really.
right. So, next question. What is the most common opinion from the marathon community that you think is wrong?
There is no key-based matchmaking. Jesus, I don't want to hear it ever again. It's not real, guys. It's in your head.
I think you're almost certainly right about that. I think it's one of those confirmation biasy things because it's like high stakes when you're running the key, and then you notice it more because you're paying more attention to it.
Yeah, and you're thinking about your key room, and you hear the sound, and it's like, oh, all right, well, there's a key over there.
Yeah.
And then also, the devs have told me 1,000 times it's not real, and please don't perpetuate the fact that it is, because it's incorrect, and they don't like that. It's so perpetuated right now.
That's good. I'm glad the devs have confirmed that. I feel like that's news for a lot of people.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That's their fault. They should have been tuning in. I've been yelling.
You've been yelling. There's no key-based matchmaking yet. All right, cool. I'll start yelling it on my channel too. We'll spread the good news.
Yeah. Or you'll just get a bunch of hate messages, but whatever.
That too. Hey, we're getting down to the streaming section where I ask you streaming stuff because I don't know if you're a busy guy. You probably haven't followed my journey from tip to tail, right? You got other stuff going on.
Yeah, likely.
Yeah.
And honestly, I was talking about this a little bit this morning, but I don't. If I'm maining a game, I really don't consume its content. Like I actually try not to. There have been times where I've looked for things, and yours is always the video that not only do I find, but also find actually worth watching and very meaningful. So I appreciate the contribution that you have made to the marathon community. It's been really solid. It's the kind of video that I watch it and think like, oh yeah, this is the way I would have presented this. This is good.
That's really kind. Wow, thank you so much.
Well, I don't have the highest vision of myself, so maybe not, but it's what I would have done, and that does feel good. It feels like home, and so it makes me feel really comfortable presenting that to my community.
Yeah.
And so I will usually reference your stuff if someone's asking me for like some long form, because I don't make it anymore, and I haven't for some time. I'm just short form only.
Yeah, for a year I was looking at your channel. I was doing some research. And even
then it was few and far between. But I think some of the stuff that we made I do really like and I'm proud of. But I really enjoyed like doubling down on short form, and it's been beneficial.
Yeah,
for at least what I do.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate what you said about my channel. But yeah, we're going to get into the streaming section in a second after some of these other questions. But I would like some of your advice and stuff because I'm very new. I really started in January. Like this is all very new.
You're killing it.
Yeah. So what? Okay, we're in the controversial section still. What do the haters get right about Marathon?
What do the haters get right? I think they are right that there is pressure from Sony, and Sony would be happy to throw Bungie under the bus to not assume any backlash for like its future or what potentially happens. I think that's very legitimate thing to say. I think we saw that with like the recent the publications that came out about Sony and Bungie in like the last couple of months.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there is I am critical of competing design elements and not still being super sure about who they want to cater most to or how to navigate maintaining a healthy player base versus sticking to a vision. I think that I see that criticism, and I do agree. Even being on some of the inside stuff, I think that there are some ideas that are, at least to me, at odds with each other. So I think that's a very fair criticism as well.
Yeah. When you say some ideas, are you sort of insinuating that it's like sort of like trying to bring in more casual players, but also making a little bit more of a hardcore game? Is that like the main thing you're talking about?
I think they definitely want PvP centric game, and they think they want to bring in different avatars, and I think that they have good ideas for how to do it, and I think it all comes from a like a well-meaning position of wanting to do right by like the people who play their game.
Yeah.
I also think that when you do care, like they seem to care, it's very easy to interpret loud feedback as good feedback, or feedback that will serve the most number of people. And I think as usual, that's not necessarily the case. And a lot of the times when the squeaky wheel gets the grease, it doesn't make for a better experience. And it doesn't necessarily mean that more people will play your game.
Yeah.
I think that there's a very silent majority of people who just like would happily enjoy it if it were a certain way. But you're not going to catch, and oftentimes I think those people are right, and when they are right about like what is best, they don't necessarily, like, the same people are not going to feel the need to like express it in a way that's like really vitriolic,
Yeah.
And there's a correlation there, which is unfortunate because it gets into this like feedback loop for development that isn't necessarily super beneficial to the game's future.
Yeah. I feel like that's almost you can extrapolate that lesson to a lot of
100%.
other parts of life. Like I assume with like your streaming career, my streaming career and stuff like that, is like there are people
100%.
who are really loud, who have very strong opinions. And there's like a group of them. It's not necessarily just one person, but that person isn't necessarily representative of your actual audience. They're just very loud. That's super hard for me as like a new streamer to piece out, because like I don't know. Are these people right? Are these people loudest because they're just like the voices of thousands of other people? It's hard to know.
I think that there's a lens that makes it easy, and I think that lens is what feels good to you.
Yeah.
What kind of content do you enjoy making? What kind of content do you feel like you could pour literally everything into because you enjoy it so much? Because that is like a very self-fulfilling prophecy of success. Because regardless of what it is, and regardless of like, if you like it enough, you're going to do it well enough and put the time and effort to iterate upon it to a place where people appreciate it for what it is. And, maybe that doesn't cater to the most number of people possible, but you're really happy doing it. And those people that do appreciate it like you do will find you.
Yeah.
And watering that down in any way not only makes it so that people don't know what to expect from you and your content and your channel, but it also undermines your daily enjoyment. Yeah. And what is the point in having the dream job if you're not enjoying it as much as you can? And that's been my approach. And I think that is something that has allowed me to find success for over a decade doing this. This is my main thing. So
yeah, that is really, really interesting. Wow. That's a lesson for Marathon and a lesson for me as a streamer. I love that. Yeah. Okay. There's one more question, and this is the most controversial, hottest one, okay?
All right.
So you can say pass if it's too much, if you can't handle the heat. It's okay. It's okay. Destiny 3 or Marathon 2 in like 10 years?
I don't think extraction games should have a part 2. I think they are so inherently live service and iterative that if there's ever like a Marathon 2, it makes me feel like Marathon 1 was like mishandled or given up on in a certain way and like needed a full reset, which would be really disappointing. So I think in that same vein, inherently Destiny 3 for sure. And that's as someone who not only dislikes Destiny as a game, but has also been very critical of Bungie and the way that they've handled the development throughout the last like I don't know 6 to 8 years of D2, and just like had a really hard like have tried it multiple times and just have a really hard time understanding of like what makes it special. And I think a lot of it has to do with like people being indoctrinated by D1, which word on the street really had the bones that were special.
Yeah. You don't think that's like I never played. I don't have a dog in the fight. I never played D1 or D2, but I know whenever there's like a 2, people get nostalgia goggles about the first one, whatever it was. Do you think that's true? Do you think D1 had the sauce?
100% true, and also like in my mind, just parsing out info. And again, didn't play D1, only played D2 a little bit, but also found a lot of like the monetization models to be quite scummy without like a real sense of direction or good onboarding for new players. I just think that they were just like keeping her going and kind of like churning the money mill is the way that it felt in a very like crude analysis outside looking in. But I have been vocal about that in the past when people asked me about Destiny well before, I knew Bungie was making an extraction game or before they even were.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense because like
even still, I would prefer D3. I guess is the point.
Yeah, it kind of feels it's almost like Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. Like it didn't really make sense to make Overwatch 2, but they sort of did it anyway. I don't know if you're like familiar with the Overwatchy stuff, but live service game, like true live service hero shooter. They made a sequel for it, but that didn't really make sense because if you make a sequel for the game, you're just going to like reduce the content in the game because the first game has been going on for like 10 years or whatever. So they sort of half did it. It was like a big update and now they've reverted to calling it Overwatch 1. I honestly think that's just like whatever. It doesn't really make a huge difference.
Silver plattered like real criticism for like, why am I paying for a second game? Like what is like, how much more is done here? Right? Like, it makes it so much easier to be like, Blizzard, what are we doing? It definitely should have just been like a reboot or a continuation, or they could have just made like a big deal out of like a big patch and called it a day and probably ended up with like a lot more. I don't know. Coming out with a second iteration is, definitely a misplay. And I think they obviously recognize that now.
All right, congratulations, Mark. You've made it through the high controversy section.
Let's go. That's like doing the bomb.
Yep. Now we're gonna turn down the heat, but we're gonna keep the spice. Okay, don't worry. Don't worry. Down the heat, keep the spice. Okay. These are just more general and broad questions. Okay, so feel free to.
Evans.
They call me Sarah Evans.
You need a bald cap on right now.
I haven't watched that much of Hot Ones. I've watched like 2 episodes of Hot Ones.
Sure.
So this is like me trying to figure out what that is. But these questions are a little broader, so feel free to yap your brains out because they're more open ended. Okay. What makes someone a great team member in an FPS, especially in Tarkov, especially in Marathon?
Oh yeah, it's comms, not just for like you, but comms for other people. I think one of the most like slept on things, especially when there's maybe less so Marathon because there's no friendly fire, but in games like DayZ where not only is there friendly fire, but if you like kill your friend, they're like back on the coast and they're 3 hours away. Good luck like continuing to play with them. Yeah. So you really learn to end up saying things like you want them to be able, you want to enable their success. And so when I play with Deadly, either in DayZ or like in Tarkov, you'll hear us make comms that a lot of other teammates don't make. And those are typically like, I'm on floor 2. And I'm not saying that because I want him to know where I'm at. I want him to know where I'm not. Yeah. And he knows that if I ever change, I'm going to say it first. And so he feels like he can shoot freely on floor 1 and floor 3 of dorms. Yeah. If he sees anything, he's going to kill it. And he doesn't have to hesitate. And allowing your teammate to not hesitate in those situations is like, I think that kind of thing is like slept on a lot. Yeah. I think that's very true. I've killed my friends so many times in Tarkov. It's because of bad comms. It's definitely communication is everything. And also there's nothing worse than a teammate. I'm going to roast some people here. When I play with some people or I see people playing with each other, the person laments their death before they provide information to their teammate, there's nothing more selfish. And it's so wildly frustrating. It's like a huge pet peeve of mine if someone's like, oh, come on, man, I did X, Y, Z, and I'm, you know what I mean? And and it's just like, I don't care. I don't care. Do it later, man, because I'm still alive. You're not. I need how many people and what cardinal direction are heading.
Yeah.
That's all I need.
Yeah.
And if you're not giving me that, then I'm upset. And so I just think that like it's a matter of, can you put your teammates first regardless of what's happening with you is probably like an overarching broad assessment of it. I think that's just like super valuable, is just having the wherewithal to be able to do that in the moment, even after high pressure situations.
Yeah. I think that's good advice. And that's something people can learn. It's like, it's literally a skill you can learn. Just as much as shooting people in the head, you can learn to give good comms.
If you're sitting here being able to play any of these games, you can do that, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm not asking some 40-year-old guy to have, 0.1 second reaction speed with like a 180 headshot, right? Like it's very actionable.
Yeah. You good to go on this raid?
Oh yeah, sorry. I am
no problem. We're locked in. We're locked in on the yapping.
Oh, you're keeping this guy. Nice.
He's cool. He's
sticking with us.
He's a good guy. Yeah. So I guess I would have sort of an answer to it as well, and I'm gonna like narrow it down a little bit, just to show off I think a specific part of comms, which is I think a super underrated part of being a good teammate, especially if you're the best one in the squad, is leadership. If someone is clearly like new at the game or not very good at the game, getting the most out of them anyway is so important. Not only is it important for you winning, it's also important for them enjoying themselves, and they're part of your squad. So like I have this opinion that if you're a player who's really good at shooting people in the head, but you're always bringing down your teammates and your teammates play worse because of you, because of your comms, then you're actually not that good at the game. Like, it's a 3-player game most of the time. It's a 3-player game. You're only ever really going to be a third of that team. Even if you're the best player ever, you're maybe 60% of that team, 70% of that team. But that's still 30% of your team. You're just like, you're hurting, you're making them worse at the game, they're having a worse experience, and they're almost certainly performing worse. If you see like the top tier players, and you know this from Counter-Strike, there are like ragey people in the top tier, but usually they're more focused. They're like almost sort of like quiet, dedicated people who just like learn, go next, and go hard in the next round. And teach each other and learn from each other. There are exceptions to that, of course, but like that is, for me, those are the players who are like the most successful at the end of the day, or the teams that are most successful at the end of the day. That's my opinion. Leadership is an underrated part of a game like Marathon.
100%. And I think some of that requires like a lot of like social awareness too, and understanding what your teammates need from you. Because there's some people who want a lot of like feedback and can like feel good about parsing out what matters, what doesn't, just taking it all in. And like, I want a lot of feedback a lot of the time. It doesn't need to be like all correct or whatever, but like, I really like getting that info, like someone's perspective on me playing, right? It could be wrong. I may not agree with it all the time, but I typically want it. There's some people that will just like giga mold if you're giving them that right away after the loss, right? And so just like understanding how that person, like how your teammates will receive that kind of thing, and then enabling them to be in a good headspace is really important, I think.
Yeah. The old bad sandwich, you know what I mean? Say something nice, say something critical, say something nice. Some people need it, and that's okay.
It's a good skill.
It's a very good skill. But yeah, that's something I get questions, because a lot of my stuff is for, like newer players, a lot of my guides and stuff. So I get questions from newer players about how to be better a lot of the time. And one of the ways is communication. And then if you're bringing in someone else new to be a good leader, and how to like get the most out of your wins that way.
For sure.
Yeah. All right. Next question. This one, I guess this is a little bit controversial as well. Why didn't Marathon sell 1 million copies? Or not a million copies, it sold a million copies. Why didn't it sell a billion copies? How about that?
A lot of
question.
things working against it. Some of it was like self-perpetuated, and some wasn't. I think it was negative and beneficial. Like arc raiders in general, I think brought a lot of eyes to a genre, but it also like set the stage for a game that's very different than they were going to create or wanted to create. And I think that it allowed them to like delay and like spread things out. But a lot of the original like reception for the game was like due to bad marketing. I think their marketing plan to start Marathon was really poor. They didn't do a good job of like selling what was magic about it.
Yeah.
And I also think that some of the things that they focused on were maybe not ideal and didn't like realize how much it would impact like the player experience. I'm thinking a lot of like, I mean, even from the decisions about like VoIP or like the aim magnetism that both got overturned right away, like that put a lot of like bad taste in people's mouth. IMO. I think the UI UX in general, just still being pretty pissed is something that definitely is like warranted negative feedback. It doesn't do a good job of player onboarding, and you know, I know that that's like going to be a focus for season 3 is like significantly better player onboarding. And so like there were just certain things that they didn't place enough importance on that I think would have been a lot more impactful. Obviously the Destiny situation and the Sony situation both like not, I mean, they really they're struggling against like a lot of like terrible decision making from like a corporate perspective, which people are just like super tired of, right? Like that doesn't help things. I think like they definitely backs against the wall from a lot of different perspectives. Sniper up top, blue crack, almost down. 2 blues and a green, west southwest through the valley. I can self. I'm good.
Okay.
2 down. Or maybe 1 and finish.
Finished 1.
Nice. Okay.
Bubble shield open.
Healing on your 6 and 20 seconds.
Claymore placed.
They might wrap towards overflow. I'm gonna go down south. Double check.
Cool.
20 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I'm not super jazzed about walking up that ravine.
Yeah.
Trap set.
Okay, they're to the right. They went more
Are
far
they?
away.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna peek from that angle then. I'll be
Whoa.
able to.
Oh,
in
from
just,
behind.
Just a minute. Different team or same?
Different team. We're cooked. I'm literally stuck in a rock. I can't move. That's goofy. Oh, I've got the bug again. I'm infinitely falling into a rock.
That's rough.
Oh, man. Sometimes you infinitely fall into a rock. It's fine. He wins these. But yeah, I think it's a totally different team. Guess they could maybe fight. Yeah, one's like hauler direction, one is a little bit low ground on the right.
Come on. There's a sniper on the hill that wrapped towards overflow. I was staring at me there. Maybe try and get roof.
that's a good idea.
I'd like to get back towards. Oh. What am I looking at?
What are you looking at?
What was
Someone left their signal jammer effect behind.
Okay. No worries. No worries. All good. No worries. You think you're full looted here? I'm just saying at this point.
Yeah, probably. It's okay. I work best with my knife. No, man.
Mm-hmm. I might pop this and then just book it. Draw their attention here for a second.
Nice.
Oh, they knew. That's unfortunate. All right. Damn.
GG.
GG's.
Well, perfect. This gives us an opportunity to go the sponsored mode. We've been running these insane kits for a million rounds. We're too good. Ooh, and we got the good. I got Arachne free kit.
Nice. Let's see. What do I got? Syak. It's good enough.
I want to run sponsored Night Marsh Panda. If you're down to join us. I love sponsored Night Marsh. So much fun. Ooh, I'm the only one with the fancy Arachne kit. This kit's so good. It's crazy.
Yeah, it really is.
Oh, chat wants to see the new skin here quick. Let's take a look.
Oh,
I saw this. This got leaked a little bit. Ah, it's gorgeous. Triage. The sigil.
Yeah, it's dope. Yep.
Oh, that's awesome. We love it. All right. Next one. So yeah, I guess I feel like that question is kind of impossible. Why does something sell well? Why does something not sell well? There's like a billion things that go into that.
So many factors. Yeah. Yeah, no doubt.
But I guess just like sharing from my perspective as literally like a gamer, it felt like what was promised in some of the very early marketing was a much more sort of like story and vibe rich game. And this feels much more like a game, almost a little on the arcadey end of things.
Yeah.
And I think some people maybe were turned off by that, or like even a bunch of older gamers who played Marathon 1 were expecting more of that lore, more of that kind of world. And they've really got like it's pretty specifically like the game mode they designed, and that's what you get. And I don't think it's a bad thing for the devs to be focused on the thing you're spending 95% of your time doing, right? That's like a good thing most of the time. The cash shop when it came out was like the most bare bones thing I've ever seen in my life.
Sure.
They're just focused on the game or whatever. But yeah, I think that was the only specific disconnect I can point to. But I think there was just a lot of bad vibes around the game. I'm not like a marketing person. I've never worked in marketing. I don't know how much that stuff affects it, but it could be a lot. I don't know.
It's massive.
It's massive,
I think
right? I don't know.
You know, the first alpha, the way that they sold the game at first, or the way they perpetuated with the creators and like that reveal video was bad. Then every single content creator, they basically baited into thinking they were doing giveaways for their community, when really it was like a chance to win, and they weren't actual game keys, and that was really, really rough. Because like not only are you kind of scumbagging, but you're also implicating broadcasters, and then, you know, like undermining their relationships with their viewers. That was gross. And then what was after that? And then they let themselves get strong-armed into allowing people to stream what should have been an NDA'd playtest, which was not ready for anyone to see.
Yeah.
And then they only gave that to NA. So like they couldn't have pissed off more people at the start if they tried. It was crazy.
Yeah. So if I had to
really set a terrible foundation, I think.
If I had to give like just a straight up dichotomy on this, if you had to choose which one influenced the direction of like the sales more between the marketing and the actual game itself, you would say marketing.
1,000 times over marketing.
That's
The
I
people
asked
who
Mile in that. He
still
said the
hate
same
this
thing.
game and like in their mind, and then they play it. Even now, they think to themselves, "Oh, this game's really fun."
Yeah.
I see it happen all the time from people who just like could not be asked to try it. And when they did, and they know that, and then when they did the free week, the servers were shit.
Oh my god, that actually like
Like,
made me so
what?
sad in real life.
And they've had way more players in a smooth environment. So like what went wrong there, I couldn't begin to understand. But like how that wasn't the most important thing in their minds to like make sure everything was going to be smooth is like kind of crazy.
Oh, players
Over there.
over there. I think. Yeah,
Heading?
definitely, definitely.
Which way? Sorry?
Other part of
See
AI
your
uplink.
ping. Okay, got it. All right, I'm on the catwalk with you guys. Nice.
Hey, he was looting. He was looting, and I shot him in the head. Does that remind you of any other game?
Imagine. What do you mean? That was the most skill-based thing they've ever seen.
Oh, that's skilled. All right, I know we're here. I think one of them's over there somewhere. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's the Tad. Cracked one.
Yeah. Get my shield back
He's
on.
jumping off. He's jumping off.
Yep. One more inside of here. Oh, he's got the good set.
He's yelling at me.
Here, Telecom.
Oh. Cracked him. I have the good set too. Oh man. It makes a big difference. Oh, he's there. They're watching the stream. That's funny. I love it when that happens.
Oh yeah, and not like illegitimately. This guy like started the morning with me too.
That's fun. Oh man, it feels so broken. Other people having a Volt Thrower and me having a Magnum. It's just like, yeah, it's crazy.
Anomalous transport drone detected.
Why am I grabbing this ammo? I don't know. Cool. Hopefully they had some certs. We can open up a thing. Keep on rolling. Oh, oh, good.
Warning, reinforcements detected.
Wow. Beautiful fight. You have any certs?
Four
Did you open up a
certs?
tower or something? Yeah, you want to open
Four
up the
certs and a
uplink tower?
Magnum. Here we
Four
go.
certs and a Magnum. That's a win. That's a win.
what we needed.
That's the best you can get.
Med drone active.
All right, I've got some community questions now. Oh, is that? Oh, no, it's just a bot.
Something's out there.
He's really running like he had somewhere to go. He's just running to hang out over there.
Fill your ammo.
All right, community questions. D54 or Bully?
Bully all day, every day. Bully the goat.
Favorite map and favorite location on each one of them.
Yeah, perimeter for sure, and then man, I like everywhere on perimeter. There's not even one place that I dislike. I have fun fighting everywhere on that map. It's so good, actually. Favorite place to fight on this map is probably AI uplink, or honestly, whatchamacallit, algae.
Algae Ponds. Algae Ponds is pretty
Yeah,
cool.
just because it's so chaotic. I really enjoy the chaos.
Yeah, a lot
Like
of
easy
verticality.
third person, just like the people never stop coming. It's really good.
Yeah. What do I have?
I dislike night in this game in general. I dislike night in every game, and I think it squishes the skill gap in general, and it's quite frustrating for me.
Yeah.
It's like a fun aside.
Were you never like a Tarkov Knight player?
No, that's just like where people went to get their quest done easier because they were soft and didn't want to fight people.
Oh yeah, I know. I was there. I was doing my freaking quests in the dark with my sawed-off Mosin, and it was so good.
You were still terrified.
I was terrified. I was so scared, and someone with a night vision goggle just like took me out from 1,000 miles away.
That's funny.
It was great. I was wondering how dark they would go with this game mode. They honestly went. They kind of did halvesies. It was darker than the people were talking about how it was either going to be like blue filter like movie night, or it was going to be like Tarkov night.
I would have loved blue filter night.
Just like sort of reskin kind of marsh.
Because I knew that they were also changing the map. Like I knew about the parts, like the moving parts in advance, and so I was thinking like, yeah, it'll be enough. All you need to do is actually just change the aesthetic and like have the new parts, and I think like it will be fine. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just old and can't see well, but
I think one of the issues with them, with Night Marsh, the darkness level they chose, I think, is it's not dark enough that you can't just turn up your brightness and mess with your like NVIDIA settings to basically turn off nighttime and give you a huge advantage. Like in Tarkov, if you know, it helps a little bit, but it's actually like pitch black when there's no light.
I can change like 2 settings in Tarkov and have it look like day, and I can do it in like less than 5 seconds on your NVIDIA panel, and yeah, and then you don't even have to save it. You leave it open, and you literally click the X and don't save, and it's like right back to normal. It's like it's like the easiest thing in the world to do, right? Like, it takes no time. Everyone can do it, and it just undermines it entirely in like a huge portion of the game. And there's no way to combat that in like the modern landscape. And so like I'm just not a believer in night anything. It should like you can have the night aesthetic, but it's not like you're gonna have so many people who play it illegitimately that it's just like it sucks to play.
Yeah,
that's my normal take. And I feel that I've felt that way about every game since the, you know, whether it was DayZ or Rust. Rust is another one that has a very contentious night period where
Reinforcements detected.
you're either cheating or you're sitting in your base, and there's no in between. So
yeah. Does you think it really hurts the viewing experience too?
it makes the viewing experience terrible, and every night on every single game I watch, viewer numbers plummet every time.
Yeah.
With like no exception. Like I think it's cool to play through 1 or 2 times, and then you lose the feeling that it gives, which is the only upside, and it doesn't last long enough to be worth it.
Yeah, I was pretty excited for the possibility of more night style gameplay, and by that I mean like hunters in the darkness, like AI enemies that like stalk you and stuff like that. I wish there was a little more of that kind of thing. I talked to some other people. I talked to a game dev who was talking about how like it would be cool if like the darkness was actually like a thing that could hurt you. Like in some games, you know, you go out into the darkness for too long, you get hurt. Yeah.
I mean, the lightning storm was like pretty brutal.
Dude,
and there was actually like an incentive to like be outside during it. Like you got more loot yield from things if you were doing it in the
I miss the cycle so much, man.
Yeah, they had some good things kicking. There's no doubt.
Yeah. But I was very, very sad when they shut it down. All right, I'm gonna open up this tower. I'm gonna keep it rolling.
Okay.
Okay. Next. Oh, yeah. Outpost. Favorite part of Outpost. What are your thoughts on Outpost in general, too?
I think I played a lot when it first came out. I'm kind of irritated by the tedium of the map. CQC fights aren't my favorite, like in general, and I think Cryo at least offers enough going on where I can look past it and still be like interested, but Outpost doesn't necessarily. If that makes sense. Yeah. I think the acid rain doesn't really feel like it's doing much. There's like a super meaningful mechanic or like actually have impact. And yeah, I just don't like how dark it is. And then I think the pinwheel fights end up feeling very similar to one another.
Yeah, I think
Way
Outpost
less
is a pretty
memorable.
it's a pretty cool idea for a map. Like this huge, base in the middle. It was very cool before everybody had figured it out. Everybody who plays it had figured it out. There's like this map. There's many different ways to get in. Some of them are kind of secret. Some of them are harder than others, or quieter, or louder, or whatever. And everyone's like figuring out what works for them, what works for their play style. But now that it's been figured out, like at least at the level, the people I'm playing with, the level I'm playing, everyone just goes for pinwheel. Like there's no real point going there if you're not going to go for pinwheel. That makes it a little.
I find it interesting how easy it is and like how common it is for devs to kind of just get like lost in their own sauce without extrapolating the perspective of like, okay, what happens when like a good gamer does this like 5-10 times? How does this end up playing at that point? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like a hub area. How many times do you want to run over to that gunsmith and buy your gun? Like 20, and then you're over it. You're like,
yeah,
please give me a menu, please.
Yeah, that's fair. I think, yeah, it's, I don't know. I think that's true for really anything that you're like deeply immersed in. You kind of get like lost in the details and you don't like pull out the big picture. And I think it's really important to have that person for leadership on the team to have that level of perspective and be like, coming.
Outland, north, south, east. Outland and sponsored marsh. What the heck?
Yeah, that was a quick loot. I think he hit the 5-banger box. Which northeast you said?
Oh, they're on top of me, I think. I hear him.
Watch out.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Don't fight him long range.
Stairs.
Oh, there he is. I'm pinging him. He's coming to finish. Whew, he's so hurt. Nice.
Nice. Oh my god, my smoke hit a tree.
Oh, there's that Outland. Ooh. Oh, they're getting shot by another team.
Sure are. I think Outland ran left, right?
Yeah.
Gotta be tucked here somewhere. Maybe he went behind that wall. Your timer done? Yeah. Let me get you.
Nice.
The team does. Oh no. Brutal, cause
there's the Outland.
There he is. Full wrap.
Yeah.
Yep. All good.
Woo. Yeah, Outland on this mode is pretty good. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Good try. Good try. All right. What shouldn't Marathon add to the game? I just did basically a whole video on this, so it was on my mind.
Oh, really? Yeah. I think any game mode that lets people shortcut the risk reward experience that comes with PvP. So like any like, let's say like being able to, I think like, well, this is like, it should have been such foreseeable, like problematic content is Night Marsh being sponsored kit and PvE like right off rip for the first like 10-12 days or whatever it was of the wipe just destroys the economy for the entirety of the season. Like understanding like if your economy is poorly adjusted at the beginning, you ruin 3 months. And not quite getting that, it was really frustrating. I think also any new content make people work for it, like get to a point to like unlock it. And they'd always done that prior. And so I had no expectation, despite talking to them about it, that they were going to like rip it from the start. And that was going to be like the only thing people did for the first 2 weeks to basically boost their accounts, then have it pulled away, and everyone else being like left in the dust.
Yeah.
All very, very, very strange decision making. I think anytime you have a low risk reward experience that then provides like huge upside, of course, that's going to be what people do and spend a bunch of time on and get good at, right?
Yeah.
And so hopefully that's a lesson they've learned. But it was also something that like I talked to them specifically about, and they parroted and then did that anyway. So I that's what I don't want to see more of.
Do you have any insight into why you think they did that? Why it went that way?
Not because I think they were so. I think they were so interested in getting the most number of people in the door right away with the new thing. While people were checking it out, here you have to look at the new thing.
Yeah.
We feel really good about this game mode. We think you're going to like it. Everyone gets to play it, and it's not hard to get into. You actually don't need any gear at all. Here you go. And you won't face other players. Yeah, I think that was the mindset, and it's just like so incredibly wrong for the genre.
Yeah. I'm a little more optimistic, I'd say, about the PvE stuff. I get trickle down drama from like the from the Arc Raiders sort of subreddit. I'm not really part of that in any way, but there's a lot of stuff going on with Arc Raiders. It seems like people are pretty upset, I don't know, about the general direction of that game. I do think part of it is just people are they played the game, and they're over it. But I'm sure, there's a lot more to it than that, I'm sure. But I don't know. I'm a little more optimistic about the PvE and casual stuff maybe than you are. Like, speaking from my own experience, when I played Tarkov, especially starting out, I was always thinking like, man, I wish there was a version of this game that ended up kind of being the cycle that was like just a little more casual, or not even casual, but just like easier to play. Like, I need to think like a little bit less, or I need to wait in place a little bit less. I need to be a little bit less afraid. And for me, that ended up being the cycle. And it really made me love the cycle. And it's one of the things I love about Marathon. Like, you say that Tarkov is right now kind of like an easy game. And I think at like in like an abstract way, I think you're right about that. Like, you're never going to like run out of stuff in Tarkov. It's literally impossible.
It's so impossible.
It's so impossible. Like, basically, no matter what you do, you're gonna progress. But at the same time, it doesn't feel casual. It feels sweaty and hardcore. And I'm not sure where that feeling totally comes from. I think part of it is just the one-shot kill sort of vibe of the game. But personally, as just a gamer who loves the genre, I needed something that felt more casual than Tarkov.
Well, how much
did.
of that for Tarkov do you think is just lack of like meaningful quality of life?
That's a big part of it, and like the 10-minute queues.
It's a huge part of it.
Yeah,
and it's like they could just make the game better for the consumer, like the consumer experience better. And then, like, does it still feel hardcore, or does it feel equally like chill?
That's a good point.
Like,
yeah.
I feel like most of the strife from Tarkov and what makes it a ball ache is like the devs just not really caring about the consumer experience. And that's the way it's always been. It was extra that before they introduced microtransactions, and subsequently like cuckolded the EOD community.
Yeah, and I guess you're right about that. Like, one of the reasons it felt so hardcore is because when I played Tarkov, the loading into a game, matchmaking to a game, it would take, 5 to 10 minutes. And then like, if you in Marathon or even Cycle, like, you lose the game, you just slam your buttons, you like buy a new kit, you just go again. It just doesn't really matter. I can forget about that loss. But in Tarkov, it's like, oh, I built my kit. It took me forever because my vault, I needed to do vault Tetris, and then I loaded in for 5-10 minutes, and then I instantly died. And that just like
especially
feels
like
so
before
bad.
gun builder or like any of the mechanics to like auto buy from the flea market or like have a preset kit or you know, like all these things that like they're kind of in there now, but it just has this like precedent of being so hard to play, and really part of it is just like their own inept accessibility. And I think, you know, they've added quite a bit now that they've actually had competition in the genre, and they want to like keep the lights on while they continue to like pour money into developing their single player experience while ignoring any multiplayer facets of the game that actually matter. I mean, it's very interesting.
I've talked to a game developer, not from Marathon, for another game recently, about the new upcoming like PvE thing they're adding to Marathon, Vault Breakers. So it's going to be, you know, based on, for people who don't know, there's like a PvE version of Cryo Archive coming out. And he was talking about how like so many people, and I think the community can confirm this, so many people are so intimidated by Cryo Archive because you need to ante up 5,000 credits of goods, and for some people that is a huge amount of credits. And so are they locked out of like a fourth of the game? Should they, you know, not get to experience it? And I know like those people could go to Cryo probably and be somewhat successful. You know, part of it is just the confidence, but this PvE mode will help people build that confidence and the understanding 100%. Of the map as well. So I see that as kind of a good thing, just basically because you need to like, people will feel really way better about risking their gear if they've seen the map 5 times, you know, or
no, you're
3
absolutely
times.
right.
I think
even
good.
Despite my opinion on like how I feel about risk reward and what makes extraction shooters good and like where I'd like to see game design go, I was a huge advocate for that game mode. I really tried to voice like a positive opinion for it. I think that having a not only like catering to a very popular genre, which is essentially roguelike, which is one of my favorite types of games. Having that kind of experience in a way that allows people who would otherwise never experience Cryo, which is clearly one of the best parts of this game that everyone raves about, who actually experiences it in a positive way or has success in it. There's tons of people who would just never get to touch it. And or even if they could, you're right. Like there are plenty of people that could and just still won't because it feels insurmountable. Allowing them to experience that in a way that allows them to unlock things or like be rewarded that doesn't give them the cryo loot to then, you know, dilute the rest of the PvP experience and every other map, right, forever. As long as that is understood and like that line isn't crossed, I think it's amazing. I think it's such a good idea. And
I
so,
think it's
like,
a great idea. I'm so hyped for it.
I think it's going to be really fun, and I think like especially for people who create content too, like in whether you're on a team or like solo basis, but like you want a yap mode too. Like you want to be able to like talk to your community and not have to be like
name
so
for
online. It's like a perfect yap mode. Like I look forward to doing that, and I also look forward to figuring out ways to make that mode more challenging for me. Because like I like goal setting in that regard, you know?
Marathon needs a yap mode. And before it was like the very first sponsored ones they were doing where it was like a battle royale, you know, you load just what we did with the Night Marsh mode there. That's a perfect yap mode level for me. It's like,
what should I put on right now?
I'm putting on like a whatever green kit with a KKV. So we're probably losing this round, but we're gonna check out. We're gonna go to Outpost.
Sounds good.
See what's going on. This guy's got like a blue kit. I'm really excited for this mode. Because I make a lot of content for people who are gaining confidence with the game, or maybe they're a little newer. And I the last like 2-3 weeks I've been doing Cryo Archive guides, and I get the comment all the time like, looks cool. I'll never play that kind of stuff. And to me and I see that constantly. And to me, and then they'll get like a lot of somewhat snarky comments about like, oh well, Cryo's not that hard. And I think both people are kind of right. You know, Cryo isn't, if you actually like go to Cryo and there was no one else on that map, the actual map isn't that hard. There's a lot of bots, you can slowly kill them or whatever. But like it is the confidence, it is the fear of losing your stuff, and just based on having zero knowledge of the map and just being like, here's 5,000 credits, to learn the map a little bit and get spawn rushed one time. For some people, that is just so unappealing
Of
that
course.
they'll never check it out. So I'm so excited for this mode. I really hope it gives people the confidence to try out Cryo Archive, because I think it's a great part of the game. They were
100%.
clearly confident in it, because I mean they asked reviewers not to even review the game until Cryo Archive was like cracked and came out.
Yeah.
And for good reason. It is
For good reason.
a
For
pretty
sure.
stunning,
awesome.
unique part of Marathon that I think it would be weird to review the game without that being in there, you know? Yeah, that's kind of my take on this upcoming mode, but I'm really just excited to like see how it turns out and cover and all that stuff. But couldn't you then like extrapolate that idea to other casual and PvP parts of the game? It sounds like you're a little more on you're definitely more on the like move it in a hardcore direction, but won't that alienate people who are on the fence, you know?
I've seen what catering to protecting the new experience, the new player experience can cost. And to me, that was literally the life of the Cycle Frontier. It cost its life.
Yeah.
And so it's not like there's a line where it's worth it. And I think it's very nuanced, and there's a good way to do it and a shit way to do it. And I've watched it go wrong many, many, many times. So I'm very hesitant, and it needs to be done in a way that doesn't compromise your game's vision.
Yeah.
And when it does, it's very easy to let it compromise your game's vision, and that sucks. And nobody wins then, right? And so, like, I think that's probably why I have more of a staunch advocacy for putting the vision first.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that making sense. I think part of it is I am sort of in this realm of like new and learning players, so I get a lot more of that feedback coming through my channels.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but I have been playing a lot of Cryo lately with people, and I want to get more people in there, you know what I mean? And even Outpost, I'm wondering what percentage of players who played Marathon even played Outpost. I bet it's not that high. I bet it's like 20 to 40%.
That's probably fair.
Yeah, which is crazy. You know, that's Cryo, Archive, and Outpost. That's like half the game. You know, a third of the game or something like that. It's a huge deal. And how do you help players build that knowledge and confidence and not feel like they're risking everything just to get it? I mean, partially it is like a mindset thing. Maybe it's part of a player onboarding experience that like people don't understand that when you lose and you die, you gained experience on the map. It's not like a tangible meter that goes up.
Right.
You know?
Yep.
People think, oh, I died, I lost everything. Well, you gained, you gained XP, you gained knowledge of the map, you gained how to win, how to do fights in Marathon, hopefully, if the fight was interesting or whatever. But I don't know how to like turn that into a game mechanic that people can track. Like, how much of the map did you learn? Did you explore all the places? That kind of thing.
Right.
It'd be cool if they could do something like that, though.
Yeah, and I think like to your point about the lore and like the rich story experience, I do think that we've seen some. All the voice tapes are incredible, but I also think they're hidden in a way that like don't really lend people to know that they're there, or like how involved they are, or how well done they are. They're not. You have to go searching for it in a way that I think is probably undermining.
Yeah, and they play them sometimes on the map, when you do a quest or whatever.
Right.
And it's like, well, I'm not listening to that. Like, I gotta go. I gotta get out of here. It's tough. It's really tough to communicate stories. I've talked to a bunch of like game writers and stuff, and people make fun of the like audio diaries you find in video games. Like, what scientist is recording his audio diaries? But it's really, what's the better solution? Like, you need to be able to like walk around and listen to the lore and stuff like that.
It can be enhancing, it definitely can be, and again, nuance, right? Like, there are games where I would listen to them all, and there's games where I won't.
Yeah.
Like, BioShock Infinite, one of my favorite games, has like great like collectible like voice entries.
Yeah. I think that's another reason we need like a Yap mode for a marathon, is because I would listen to that, but I wouldn't listen to it this round, you know? I wouldn't listen to it in this Outpost game, but I'd listen to it in Free Marsh or whatever thing is happening. I think that is one of the biggest things I was missing from the game at launch, is like a Yap mode, or even just like the sponsored mode is something we would do after we had like a hard loss and everyone was like kind of a little bit mad at each other, you know? After a game like that. It's that you need a mode that helps out with that. Ooh, a Strider. Love a Strider.
Yeah, the gold mod for Strider is pretty fun.
Yeah. I haven't used it. I've got one in my vault, though. I think. Oh, we have a flight. Oh, he has a fancy key. That's a purple key. It's got the flight control. I think it's a purple key. Maybe it's blue. I don't remember. All right, those were, I think... Oh, yeah. I think those were all the community questions that I gathered right before the stream. All right. Okay. Now it's time. Now it's time. You can give me advice on some streaming things. So...
I may not be the right person to do that.
What do you mean? You got your 10-year veteran of streaming. You've been successful.
Sure.
Who else am I supposed to ask? Someone who... That's incredibly successal, isn't it?
You gotta read Ninja's book, dude. It'll change your whole life.
I gotta read Ninja's book. Do I have to? There's gotta be another way.
All right. For the sake of you not having to read his book, I got you. Here we go.
Okay, good. Okay, what's something people get wrong about streaming and streamers in general? I'm sure you've talked about this kind of stuff before, but... Yeah.
I don't ever mind going over it. I love this profession, if you can call it that, being an internet clown. But I love it, so I don't ever mind talking about it. The obvious is that, you know, streaming is just sitting and playing games all day. that's the low hanging fruit, right? Is anyone can be a streamer. You just sit and you play a video game, duh.
Yeah.
But obviously the reality is, you know, I even look back. Streaming is a skill, right? Like I was not good at it at all. Like my early content is horrifying. Like I was dog water at like holding conversation with people and being funny and saying things that were meaningful. Like I wasn't particularly like less witty, you know, or like maybe I had like some less life experiences, but other than that, like I'm still the same person-ish, you know. Definitely like the same skill set, but yeah, just zero experience at that kind of thing. And I think there's been skills that like I've picked up and focused on and learned along the way as a student of learning, right? Like we talked about at the very beginning, just knowing that I think every main game that I had shortcomings that kind of like helped me develop new skills. Like DayZ is like a running simulator. I don't know how familiar you are with the game, but you spend a lot of time doing absolutely nothing. Yeah. And so that taught me how to fill like dead air and
I think there's people upstairs here.
Things.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I think they're right up
like
here.
Non-stop things to be able to latch on to, right? Understanding that interesting. Maybe third floor?
Maybe. Yeah. This guy was pinging it out a bunch. I'm not sure. I didn't really...
I saw nothing.
Yeah. Maybe he's just being really cautious. Oh, sorry. Continue.
I think just understanding that people will tune in and leave before you even know they're there as a streamer with not a lot of things going on in chat, and giving them things in advance to latch onto and respond to is really important. So like having that running stream of consciousness is obviously like a really important skill for streamers, and I didn't have it at all. And developing that for a game like DayZ was crucial, right?
Yeah.
I think then like PUBG, my next game, taught me that like, okay, I host this awesome community and I'm a partner streamer, but the minute that I care more about winning is the minute that I become 10 times less engaging as a broadcaster. And so being able to put aside my need to be competitive was pretty massive for me. Something that was a skill that I needed to learn. Like, it's okay to lose. Guy underneath me. I don't think he knows I'm here. He's outside on this, like, scaffolding on the west side.
Prepare for increased hostile action.
That's a Mizzy. In the big leagues now.
Yeah. Going back in the door we started on. Oh, that's real. Yeah, I got cooked.
Oh no. I made a huge mistake.
I did too. Thought he was on a different level. Just looked at him, knife out. Yeah, he's in there.
It's like the worst position. It's okay. KKV's gonna rip him.
Shrapnel out. Shields gone. Systems compromised.
Gun is so bad. KKV versus Mizzy? What the heck? That's what they showed off in the promotional material. I didn't win that at all.
I was supposed to win!
Well, that was supposed to work. Oh, man. Hey, we did some damage, though. KKV, best gun, question mark, exclamation point, new video idea.
There it is.
There it
Write that
is.
down, chat.
Write that down, write that down. All right, I'm just hitting the Cyber Acme 4K kit with the battle pistol. That's a winning
good,
kit right
but,
there. I love that
yeah.
kit. Straight
Those
back
sound
into
good.
it. Yeah, that's definitely something I'm working on and stuff like that. I guess I'm sort of vastly newer at streaming than you are, but I think
I'd say your base is much better than mine ever was.
That's
For what it's worth.
That's interesting. Yeah. I think the thing that really kind of surprised me was, because I make a lot of like video content, was how much time it would take to make video content.
It's horrifying.
Like season 1, I actually didn't get to play Marathon that much. It was kind of insane. Like
Yeah, you were deep in the videos.
yeah, I would play the game for a few hours and then I would edit for like 12
Well, that's my
hours.
recommendation for literally everyone
Yeah.
who wants to say, like, how do I start? I give them the max model then, because they just have to make content elsewhere that works for you when you're not live. And if you can spend a little bit of time live, but it really should be like 1/10 of your total time for like a while.
Yeah, because I've got friends who kind of want to start streaming and stuff, and they're like just hopping on Twitch, and I'm like,
That ain't it.
it's not gonna work. It's really tough for that to work. That's a tough road.
Yeah, I think it's very rare. It's very rare that works out, and you gotta, you have to be incredibly lucky, and that's obviously not the right thing to bet on.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
next one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who's the weirdest person you had to ban? You can skip if you don't want to answer that.
Weirdest person I had to ban. I've had, like you get all. I think like the TLDR is the only time I ever actually have to ban someone is when people can't recognize that it's on them. Like they're unwilling to admit any fault, and so therefore they will never change. And like I do unban requests, and if someone just apologizes and says like, "Hey, I realized what I did wrong here. Sorry about that. It won't happen again." Like 99.9% of the time, they're back, unless it's like super irredeemable, right? Like it's just like it's never that serious, you know. And but that's like something that some people are not capable of doing, right? And if they're that kind of person, then that's kind of it. But yeah, I think I've always been very quick to ban and quick to unban. And I think that that's a really good model to have in general if you want like a healthy community. Because if you can't like even come back from a timeout and just say like sorry or say nothing, but if you come back from a timeout and like just argue, it's very clear to me immediately like, oh yeah, this isn't gonna work out.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That ain't good, boss.
Let's see. Is he in a resable spot? Not at
find
all. I think I see a recon pinging over there.
Okay.
I see him. I kind of cooked him, but I think this is the type of gameplay where I need to knife them and then I win. Ooh! Or I run into them while I'm turning the corner and I die.
Looks like trouble. Runner in zone.
I'm compromised.
Good try, good try.
Instantly broke by someone else.
I should have hit around the corner and knife. That's always, when I'm like down a player or I know I have a worse shield, the play for me is always, they turn the corner
Yeah,
and I
that's
knife
fair.
them and I out DPS them. That's what I was trying to do, but I was too slow.
You max knife damage over there?
Yeah, I love it.
Fully juiced? Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, chat knows I really, really like that. Let's go back to perimeter. I'll bring a little, I'll bring a silly little kit somewhere, some kind of kit. Let me see. What kind of kits do we have? What's this weird arachne kit? Oh, this will be fun. Repeater. Oh, there's duos on perimeter.
Oh, nice.
Even better.
Cool.
Beautiful. Yeah, I don't know. The banning thing, I've thought about a fair amount. I kind of trust my mods to just sort of sort it out. But I don't know. There's just like a lot of like people who just like hate marathon and hate people who are having
I don't
fun
think
with marathon.
again like that's
you just ban those
fast
or
to ban. Yeah, just gone.
gone.
What?
Yeah, that's
And
what
if
I've
they
been doing.
choose to submit a thing like down the road, okay. There's just like there's nothing to be gained there, right?
Yeah.
Like they're not going to contribute anything to conversation, or
Yeah,
it's fine.
yeah, that makes sense.
If they don't have enough going on to not actively like chat hop to hate on a game that they don't want to watch, then they don't have anything to like provide to our day-to-day interactions, you know?
Yeah, no,
I think that's pretty easy to understand that.
that makes sense. The mods are good at those. Those ones are easy. Those ones are it's a sort of a judge, jury, executioner kind of situation.
The weirder ones are when it's like a long-time community member just like devolves in a way that is unhealthy.
Yeah.
And like you see it happening and like you kind of work with them and like talk to them about it, and no matter what you do or say, it just gets worse and worse, and eventually it comes to a head, and then they don't like understand what could have happened here. And it's like, well, I told you exactly what you were doing wrong for years at a time. You know what I mean? It's just like, sorry, like at a certain point, you're just actively detracting from the day-to-day environment, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And I think I've gone back and forth on this in terms of like some, you know, my channel's pretty family friendly, pretty positive, that kind of stuff. Like how, and if you think about the real world, like sort of positive family friendly spaces, they can be very locked down, you know?
Sure.
In terms of anything that is not part
oppressive.
of that can get cut out. And I don't want to make it feel like that, but I also want to foster a positive community. And I think that's really hard. That's a really hard line to walk.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we talk about all kinds of like there's a lot of like crude humor. It's certainly not like a community for kids. In that sense, but at the same time, I think like we're wildly positive in the sense of like, you know, number one rule is like don't be an asshole. And like that's just it. Like, and as long as, you know, you're not going out of your way to ruin someone's day or make it worse, and you can like have a civil conversation about things, then that's really all it takes. Like the bar is not that high, but you would be surprised at how rare it makes this community feel versus others.
Yeah.
You know, like I do think that like I might be the hook for the channel for people, but I'm certainly not what keeps them here. It's each other that keep them here 100%.
That's really interesting. I've heard the opposite from some other people.
Really?
Yeah. That you as like the streamer are sort of, you're like the guiding light, and where you go, the community goes in terms of their attitude, you know.
Oh, that's absolutely true.
That is true.
Absolutely true. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, you set the expectation, but like again, if you, like, I only have to do that once or so many times. Like, I don't feel like I do that at all anymore because it's set. Like the people that cheer and show up every day, like now they're the standard.
Yeah.
And like I don't have to respond to like 90% of the comments that are negative in the chat. Like they get responded to for me.
Mm-hmm.
I can choose to like call it out and like meme about it or whatever if I feel like it. But like everyone knows where the line is, and it just becomes really easy the longer you do it. If you are diligent and advocate for like what's right in like your first couple years. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's super interesting. All right.
And I think there's a broadcaster that like really taught me that starting out, CDN the third.
It wasn't Ninja's book.
C's. No, it wasn't Ninja's book. No. But he is from the same space that C's is from. They were both H1Z1 guys.
Uh-huh.
I guess technically Ninja was Halo first, but yeah, I mean, it's just like not being afraid to just like remove the wrong kind of person is like really, really, really valuable.
Yeah.
And it just pays massive dividends for longevity.
Yeah. And then last question about streaming, then we'll get back to Marathon. I know that people want to hear about Marathon, but you know, I want to hear about all of it. Do you just have any general tips for a new up and coming streamer like me that you can say on stream, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, I talk about this stuff all the time because obviously I get the question. I think people know I'm pretty open to answer this kind of thing. I think I had people that helped me when I first started, and so I try and pay it forward for sure any chance I get. Yeah, I think I alluded to this a little bit earlier about like don't ever like this is a dream job. And if you let it become not a dream job, then like, what's the point? You might as well have just I think you're university educated. You should have just used your degree and did some other soul sucking thing if this becomes soul sucking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I think it's really important to remember that. Like guide it, like be very goal oriented. Like know the things that like matter to you and also what you're good at, and find where those two things like kind of collide and just like drive that home as hard as you can, and trust that your audience will find you if you are doing what you're good at and you really enjoy it. And I think that just kind of makes a lot of decision making like very easy. And yeah, it keeps you enjoying it enough to work hard enough to continue to stay successful and do what you love in a way that isn't like cheesy. You know, it's like very real. And I feel very fortunate all the time to do this for as long as I've done it. And I definitely think that that's the number one reason why I've had that ability. It's just that kind of using that as a guiding light.
Yeah. Thank you. That's very good advice. So, but what I'm hearing is I shouldn't become a rage bait YouTuber for clicks.
Well, it is tempting.
That not the way to,
it's
I gotta say, it is tempting.
You start reading. Yeah, you're like, well, these numbers could be 10 times higher for sure. And then you read the comments, you're like, wait, this is the people that now this is what I'm going to ingest.
I had
in my
that
day-to-day.
exact same thought. I'm like, man, You know, you could make a rage bait video and get 10 million views and then be surrounded by people who are so utterly miserable.
So angry. So angry. Yeah.
I would die instantly. I would evaporate into the sky.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great advice. Thank you for that.
Yeah, no worries. I just I've never I've never really focused on like the metrics side of things. It's so easy to like get lost in it or get down about it. And like, there's times where like I would average 4-digit viewership and just like, and I say goodbye. Like I literally walked away from that because I just hated Tarkov. Like I just couldn't do it anymore, and just it's fine. Yeah. And that's a hard thing for people to like go through mentally if you're married to the number. Yeah. And I just think, like I'm really married to the feeling of just like having my morning coffee and being able to talk to the people that show up here every day it's awesome. And I think it's my little corner of the internet that I really love being a part of. And I feel like I feel really good about the value that brings to the people that show up for that time period every day. And, I don't know. It feels meaningful, and I think that's as much as anyone can ask from their job, right?
Yeah, I think that's very true.
Despite literally being an internet clown, like and like putting on stupid costumes and doing and saying stupid things, and just like the goofiest way possible. It's just, I don't know. It's good. I enjoy it. Yeah,
it definitely feels strange to me. I was doing a lot of other pretty hardcore stuff before I started streaming.
Yeah, I'd love to know, like, what is your degree in, or do you talk about that kind of thing? Or
I don't generally, but maybe I let slip a little some Seraph lore. So before this, and this is something people do know, and there's a lot of caveats here, but I was working in some game development stuff before this, so this is okay. Here's a little scoop. Back in college,
my dad is John Bungie,
and my dad is John Bungie. That's the thing. But I majored in English literature, biology, and then I went and crushed another degree in game development.
Cool.
And then I went and I worked QA at a big company. I don't say the names of the companies I've worked for, but it's a big company that everybody knows. I worked QA there for a little while. And then after
I think I know what it was. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, people have like figured out my stuff, but I just don't. I try not to dox myself too much. But yeah, I worked for like a really big company, QA, not for like a very long time, just for a little while. And then I worked at I got like an internship through my game development degree, like through faculty and stuff.
Yeah.
I started working there, and then I worked at some like laboratories doing like 3D modeling for laboratories, because part of my game development was learning how to 3D model and stuff like that. Sure. So I did that. And then I worked for like a really small indie company, and there I had like a gaming company, and I had like a crazy job title that I literally refused to say on stream because it's like, it was like a 6-person company or something like that. So my job title was stupid, and I don't want to claim credit for something that I absolutely am not qualified for. And then that contract ended. That was also a short contract. And then I went and I worked at another pretty big company, I'd say large to medium large, for like a year as a real job as a generalist artist there. So that's like my game experience. I always like to do caveats here because I know people, have gotten in trouble for emphasizing their game experience. And I want to be super real and never do that. I never want to do that. All my positions were pretty junior. My positions were smaller positions at either smaller companies or junior positions at bigger companies. So that's like
relatively the same background. Age then? I thought you were a bit younger than I am. I'm 35. But
I'm a little bit younger than you. Okay. But then I had a whole life before that, even in terms of like working and doing other stuff as well, which I haven't talked about at all. But I was doing really, really intense difficult work before that. And so
Okay.
whenever I get a little down about, you know, how much working I have to do for streaming,
Yeah.
I think back to
It could be way worse. It's been way
it
worse.
could be
Yeah.
so much worse.
Oh yeah.
And I am
yeah, no,
so
very,
thankful.
very relatable.
Yeah, locked in little asbestos-filled rooms all day. I never, yeah.
Okay.
It definitely crosses my mind. But yeah, that's you get a little bit of a Sarah Flores scoop
It's
there.
not
for
it's
sure.
not surprising to hear really any of that. I think it feels very relatable and similar to me. I have a bio degree and a Russian degree that I got at the same time.
Hell
and
yeah,
then
bio
did
degree.
pre-med and worked in a neuro research lab for a long time.
I will
and
say I
applied to
was
med
also
school.
pre-med, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then applied to med school and started streaming during that process because I
Wow.
didn't take my MCAT during the 4-year period because I was doing the double major.
Yeah.
So,
Wow,
Yep.
that's crazy. We do have a
Yep.
very similar background in that way. That's wild.
yeah,
I don't think
but
that's
I was just
that's not a normal streamer thing, is it?
No, but I could tell by you. Well, I mean, like when I watch your video and I hear your approach to like the way that you teach, it just feels very, very at home. This is like what I said earlier. This is the way that I would describe it. So,
Oh,
yeah,
enemies right
unsurprising.
there, I think. Birds.
Yeah.
Scared the crap out of me.
I was looking for that reaction the two times earlier that I've done it, but now we got
Oh,
him.
man. You can't see it, but my heart is, I'm so sweaty instantly. Instantaneously, I am sweating.
That's excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so interesting, man. We can chat off stream or something about some of that
Yeah.
stuff. I'd be interested to hear more, but yeah, so yeah, you get the grind. I wonder, okay, maybe here's a theory. Do you think some of the like somewhat successful streamers who treat it like a real serious job also come from like a sort of
Typically.
intense background? Yeah.
Yeah, typically. Otherwise, like you kind of fell into it, and I think like to have longevity, you have to understand like what was successful or like why. And sometimes people end up really successful in streaming and just like don't know the why or understand the why because it was like a little more random.
Mm-hmm.
And I think everyone's journey is just different, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes people can be introspective about it, and like even though it was random, understand like how they got to that place, and then double down on it and continue to be successful. And then some people just like don't get it, and then like that main game dies, and they kind of just fall by the wayside with it, right?
Yeah.
And it can go either way. It just really depends.
Yeah. I thought about like, how hard I worked on other stuff in my life. What if I applied that to something like this? How successful could I be?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
That's the
know.
thought.
I think I just kind of do by default. Like it never feels like, like 16-hour days, like 8 at the lab and then like 8 at the
Prepare for
library
increased
studying for the MCAT. Just like
Yep.
it's horrifying. And then go home, rinse, repeat every single day for forever. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely put a lot of hours into because I stream 6 to 8 hours. I used to stream 6 days a week, 8 hours a day, and then everything else. I'm down to 5. I also have a child, so that's
Yeah.
definitely like its own thing.
That's a big one.
Yeah, as it turns out. So yeah, I mean, like my days are definitely full, but like I got some other hobbies. I get out there in the world sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, it's great. I really like streaming. I love the community. I've never really been much of a social media person, so being like
I hate the social side of things.
thrust into
horrible.
like the world of social media is crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's what is that? Oh, that's a bot running around. Yeah, it's very, very strange existence, but I'm really enjoying it, and I have always loved. Like one of the reasons I got into game development was because first of all I love games, and then I also just thought I really like showing people why something is cool, and that's kind of the ultimate expression of game development is like you have this awesome idea about like a world, you know, like you imagine the world of Elden Ring in your head, and you're like, I wish I could show someone this. How the heck do I do that?
Sure.
You know? And one of the ways if you can pull it off is game development. Like, game development is so difficult. It is very hard.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, that's so with my content, I like to be able to show people not only how to do things, but why things are fun. I think that is the thing that is missed in every tutorial, including Marathon, bring it back to Marathon, is
couldn't agree more.
You have to show how the game is fun, not just how to play the game.
Yeah. Where's the value prop?
Where's
guys?
the value? Yeah. So like you need to, in the tutorial for this, and I think Helldivers did a pretty good job. You know, its tutorial was super basic, you know, throw the grenade, shoot the thing, but the writing was kind of funny and punchy and all that stuff. And it's like, you get that the game is supposed to be just sort of like a good old time with your pals, and it's kind of goofy. You know, and that's
Speaking
like
of games
the promise it makes.
That story had a negative impact on the perception of Marathon.
Yeah. Helldivers is such a weird example of a game.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. What do you think is, like, what do you expect your biggest challenge to be moving forward with stream between you and whatever like goals you have for your streaming career?
I'd say
Do you have any specific thoughts towards that?
Yeah, I'm most worried about, like, you know, at some point in the future, chat, believe it or not, I will be playing many other games. I hope this is not news to people. Right? Yeah, that is the big worry that, like, this is the one time. However, I will say, I did not actually start on Marathon. I got monetized covering a game called Witchfire, which is a tiny little Polish...
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah. That's where I, like, actually started. So I could say I've sort of been successful twice. So maybe I could do it a third time.
I think the way that the skill and the value prop is the way you present information, and you can do that for any game, and that will be applicable, and you will be a-okay, brother.
Yeah, that's the hope. But yeah, that's the big anxiety is always like, was this the last time anyone will ever tune into stream? You know what I mean?
That's fair.
Yeah.
And I think that there are like good ways and not good ways to do it. There's times where it's like really important to capitalize on, you know, what's going right. But then there's also times where like it's really valuable to not capitalize on what's going right and spend, you know, 2 hours at the end of your day doing something different.
Yeah.
And just, you know, figuring out what that line is, like what feels acceptable, just, you know, slowly but surely, like training your community to understand that it's not going to be Marathon forever all the time. Really important step to take at some point, right?
Yeah.
So I think, I think that those like general anxieties are super valid and oftentimes probably like the biggest hurdle for any career broadcaster for sure.
Yeah.
And, finding the game that like really feels different, like, okay, like at no point, I think a lot of people get to the point where they think like, all right, I've made it. Well, you made it on one thing, you know, like, and you don't have any agency over its success in the grand scheme of things. Very little, right? Very little agency over what happens with Marathon, either of us. So be hopeful.
But yeah,
sure.
I try to be optimistic. I try to be hopeful. But the good news is that my channel really blew up on a game that I really love. Like,
that feels great,
I feel if it blew up on a game that I kind of was not that into, that would suck. That would suck.
Yeah.
But I'm thankful that that it's been this game specifically, because even if I wasn't a streamer for this game, I would be like slamming this game with my friends. It's just a good old time. It's Tarkov, but without the loading screens or something. Thank you to... I know I haven't been paying attention to chat that much today. We've been really running and yapping, and I've been loving it for sure. But we have a hype train going, and I just want to say thank you to everyone who supported the channel today. Josh Mutiny and Efficacy. Thanks so much. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Thanks for the Prime. Thanks for supporting the channel.
I think we could do a little. Have you ever done the shared chat?
Oh, I did it once with with Mylan.
Okay. I can end it at any point. I think we will, but I think we can join this for a moment since you brought it up.
Yeah.
Okay, it told me something went wrong and to try again. So never mind. I take it all back.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Twitch. All right.
Twitch is also going through a learning process.
Yeah.
It's in beta.
14 years running.
Yep. What are some things? So I've got a lot of things. Do you have any like pie in the sky, like blue sky, things you want Marathon to add, but you think might, you know, maybe they're like too much, but you just wish in a magical world Marathon could add?
It's literally like the core changes that I want for friendly fire and no MMR whatsoever and 1 to 3 player squads, and no like player hood. Yeah. I think that's my perfect world. Like I think the genre just shines in that environment, and everything else is kind of a bastardization of extraction shooter. It's a bit of a pompous take, but I do think it's true, having seen just so many different examples over the years.
Yeah. I think the
Not
thing
necessarily an exciting answer, but
yeah, I have one that I honestly think the community just like doesn't agree with. So here's my hot take.
Yeah.
All right. Well, first, before I say that, that's my teaser. Dan Green-Graham, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs and pushing that hype train forward. You're awesome, Dan Green-Graham. Thank you for supporting the channel. You guys are awesome. Thank you for the hype train. This is a blast. This is crazy. And now you get to hear about my secret desire for Marathon, which is that I want, and this is, I know this is impossible, and this would come out in like 4 years of Marathon or something, but I want like the rook mode to be really expanded, like different types of rooks, like a really fast melee only rook, or a rook that has a big shield, rooks that can climb walls, and have that be like its own whole
like
mode,
a different faction.
almost. Yeah, like a whole faction
Yeah.
besides
Sure.
runners. I think that would be so cool. Or they're kind of more robot-y. I know they're also like shells, but they're almost more robot-y. I wish they were like customizable. Like I could put knife arms on this rook and spider feet or whatever.
You
Like
know
the
what I
rook
think
we
is
have
really
now can
cool?
disguise himself. I'd like more of that.
Yeah,
More different options.
I agree with your ask, like inherently.
Yeah.
I think Dark and Darker did something similar where you after you die, you can literally play as one of the AI in the match.
Yeah.
Look,
And obviously, like depending on what it is, you have a different like skill set or move set, and it almost like feels like you're playing a different game entirely. Like imagine you just get to play as a tick.
That'd be great.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, just a
that
tick.
sounds amazing.
Maybe
and like
with
okay,
a
you
little more health.
explode. You explode at a certain point of like proximity, right? So you can't just like run around willy-nilly, but like once you get like 20 meters away, like, you know, that's the end of your fuse or whatever.
Yep.
But like anyone comes within your vicinity and just like, yeah, you run at them and like, I don't know, imagine the content that comes with like getting the down or like being able to watch a fight of runners like facing off. And then it's just like, that guy's got to be low.
Yeah.
I'm running at him.
You and your buddies.
And like you have agency over the fight. That's hilarious.
Yeah. You ever play Left 4 Dead 2?
A little bit. I think I did a hashtag ad. Well, I guess the second one. Yes, I did, but forever ago.
I was weirdly, this is another piece of Sarah Floor I'm not sure anyone really knows. I was in a competitive Left 4 Dead 2 clan. That was my first like competitive experience, and we would like scrim against other teams and join tournaments and stuff. And yeah, you play as the zombies basically.
AI,
Cool. Zombies. I thought that was so cool. Maybe that's
That is
where
neat.
that desire comes from. Thank you, Drizzt and Valentino, for the gifted subs, keeping the hype train going 95% to level 5. You guys are insane. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Incredible. I do have an incredible community.
10 minutes remain.
Good feeling.
I'm super lucky. That was one of the things I was, and I've said this before on stream, one of the things I was most nervous about when I started streaming is like what kind of community do you end up with?
Yeah, you definitely. Yeah, I mean, again, it starts with like, it's you attract a certain kind of person, obviously, but then it's your community will devolve to its lowest common denominator, IMO, right? Like,
What do you mean by that?
Like whatever, like the worst kind of person that you allow in your community ends up being the bar, because someone will see someone getting away with whatever that person's getting away with, and then they will act that way.
Yeah.
And so I do think like it's important to like stay on that. And like there's plenty of times I think a lot of people, there's been like, I think there's a learning curve sometimes with my community where like someone will do or say something that is like beyond what I'm okay with, or like the timing will be bad, and like maybe it's okay sometimes, but maybe it's like this weird gray area, and I'll call them out for it, and they'll be like, wait, I thought Mark liked me, I'm here all the time, why is he calling me out, in front of everyone? And like, it's never anything personal, but sometimes like people need to remember that like, yeah, it could be funny or okay when you do it, but then everyone thinks that they can also do exactly that thing.
Yeah.
And if they did, chat would suck,
Yeah.
So
you have to curate your community.
Yeah. And sometimes you gotta do it on the fly, and sometimes, like someone who is like a good friend, or someone that you think is like in general a great community member, ends up in the crosshairs, and they just have to be okay with that.
Yeah.
Which can be weird for some people.
Thank you, Davroth, for the 5 gifted subs and keeping the hype train rolling, and Z Snaz as well for joining the Seraph Senate on YouTube. You guys are awesome. Thanks for supporting the run and yap. Thanks for supporting the channel. You guys are great.
You got a little simulcast going over there?
Yeah, I do it on YouTube
Nice.
and Twitch as
You
well.
do
I think
horizontal or vertical for YouTube?
I do it all horizontal.
Okay.
I've never done the vertical. I saw you. That's where I got a lot of these questions from. I was watching your vertical stream.
There you go.
Look at that.
It speaks for itself then. I won't even
speaks
promote
for
if you got to do it.
Yeah.
You got to get in there on the vertical. They make an automatic one if you do horizontal, so you can just
should
click
do
one
that.
extra button, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's worth it just if you are doing any short form content to just like, it's just a different feed. It's a different feed. And then people are like, do you have a horizontal feed?
Yeah.
It's been really good. And I've honestly found a lot of great community members there recently. So
Yeah.
I'd definitely recommend it. Good.
This is the slowest kill of this thing maybe ever. I'm shooting it with a repeater. It's not even
nice.
like hurt.
I guess I'll come and put some bullets in it. Hold on, I'm coming.
This is not the gun. This is the worst gun for this. This might be one of the worst guns for this, actually. I think it has one of the lowest DPSs.
I'm gonna get an angle that's not yours so we can try not to get double exploded here.
Drew CJ gifted a tier 1 sub, and yeah, wow, we've just hit the next level. Level 6 hype train. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. I'm glad people are enjoying the stream today. Got a lot of people in here. What the heck? Glad you're tuning in. Welcome, welcome, everybody. If you haven't met me before, well, now you know everything about me, I think. Pretty much.
Very informational day on both sides here. It's
That's
good.
right, that's right. We're getting scoops. We're getting hot takes. I released a hot take video this morning. I haven't checked how it's doing. But I should, you know. Who cares about the metrics, right? The hot takes
Did you
speak for
enjoy
themselves.
making it? Did it bring more people that are your people to the channel? Likely yes and yes.
Yeah.
Med drone out.
Oops.
And also with like prefab content, like the worst part, and sometimes the best part is like, it's never the ones you want to pop off, and the ones you don't expect to pop off usually do. It's a very weird thing. Strange phenomenon.
What the heck was that?
5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, no, I've just consigned myself to never knowing which videos will be popular
Yeah.
or not.
Yeah, well.
It's just,
Welcome to prefab content.
yeah, the whims
Anyone
of
need
the
this?
world.
Okay.
Cryo 1? Ooh. You know I'm picking up those mats.
Do it up.
I pick up too many. You should take some of this stuff.
You got any heavy ammo? Like one?
No, I literally have 0. I had used all of it on that.
Excellent.
I'll grab a cryo. Oh, and a drinkable cheeseburger. That's sort of one of my
Sounds good.
my most famous things. I did an ad for drinkable cheeseburgers. No one will ever let me forget.
Yeah, I during season 1, community had me buy a double cheeseburger from McDonald's, put it in a blender with some water, blend it down, and chug it.
The community made you. They made you.
Yeah. They had there's nothing to do with gifted subs or anything. It was awful, dude. I was
Ooh,
wildly
Spaza.
unfair.
Spaza with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs as well. As Hype Train is rolling to the stratosphere. Thank you so much, Spaza. And got us 70% of the way through Hype Train 6. You guys are insane.
You got any sub goals over there? You got a sub goal on deck? Any particular monetization going on? What are we talking?
There's like an automatic 10 sub goal, I think, but that's all I've really done with it. I truly am like learning on the fly.
Yeah. Any like content, like varied content or special content for different levels of support? Like go out and do like a little something extra. Ever do anything like that?
Yeah. I haven't done much of that. I have like a little bit. If you're like at the very highest tier on my YouTube, you get priority in viewer events, and you get like access to some of my like you get to see like what videos I'm working on, like the future videos and stuff like that. That's about it. I always worry, you know, I don't want to disappoint my community, and I worry about how much time I have.
Yeah. Especially doing, that makes perfect sense with doing like primarily full-length video. Yeah.
But just for people who really want to support the channel, it's there, and they get a couple little extra things. So
right now, my community is working towards me doing an event stream, wearing a sundress and making alcoholic horchata. So, like, you know, it's just. If you ever needed some ideas, you know, I could be.
Okay, I'm writing down horchata. Horchata. So I'm writing down one word.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, I did sort of a Twitch partner push, but honestly, these folks blew it out of the water.
Partner Plus?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. That is good.
Yeah.
I mean, working at 50-50 is just a scam.
Yeah. Great. Hype Train ended at... Wait, did Drew CJ, I think, got the subs, like... Or was that the last one? I'm confused. But Hype Train ended at level 6. Thank you so much, everybody. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Yeah, thank you, Drew CJ. Dangren Graham, all the folks who supported the channel today. You're all incredible. 2 more videos coming this week. If I survive, we're working on it. We're releasing Vault 5 and 6 videos for people. I'm doing like really tight guides for those. Those are my tightest videos ever. They are a minute and a half, and 20 seconds of that is like the outro. They are.
Are you gonna make them shorts?
Yeah, that too. Shorts and full length. They took so much work to make. They're definitely my most difficult videos and my shortest, which is probably not the smart play or whatever. But
well, I don't know.
I'll bring people.
I think
to the
it'll work out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it again. I'm gonna bring the same kit, but into Dire Marsh.
Sounds good.
Ooh, unless it's Night Marsh, and then, or we can do perimeter duos again. We should do that. It's duos.
Sounds good.
It's beautiful.
It is.
Who doesn't love a duo?
Yeah. My chat is joking that Twitch was really just saving our community from more debauchery. Understanding that we serve different demographics slightly.
What? Different demographics?
They said maybe Mark shouldn't combine chats with someone more family friendly.
You know, best way to teach a baby to swim is to throw it in the river. I read that once. I don't know if that's true, but I did read that once.
Okay.
Let's see. I need some ammo. Let's buy some ammo. And I need to put away this cryo key before I forget about that.
Take your time. I'm gonna pee real fast.
Sweet. Great idea. I'm gonna hold it. That's how locked in I am. Alright, sell this stuff. Get in here, cryo key. I should have had him take the cryo key. We're stacked on the cryo keys. I did something. Oh, I'll wait for him to come back. Hey chat, how's it been, everybody? I hope you've enjoyed the Run and Yap collab. It's this was the idea. I had all these questions, I had a million questions. People submitted some as well. I hope people are enjoying it. And honestly, the runs haven't been too bad either. Pretty chill. I don't know where everybody is. Bungie is like, keep that convo going. Don't send them any runners. It's crazy. I should do more interviews. Yeah, I'm hoping to, I'm going to collab with hopefully Staycation, Glorpinity, and Chloe Glorp, and a couple other people as well. I'm setting it all up. I really like Marathon. I want everyone's perspective on it. Everyone plays Marathon super differently. I want to do ranked with Staycation. I know that will be an exciting experience for the other squads who are fighting us.
You want to do ranked with old man Markstrom?
You want to do ranked with me?
No, I don't want to do ranked.
I want to do ranked with Staycation.
You pitched the right thing. You said you want to run and yap. I said, oh, yeah, very good.
I want to be the baby getting thrown in the river. You know what I mean?
There you go. I do know what you mean.
It's me. I'm that guy. Let's go back to perimeter where we belong.
Yeah.
I did something very interesting, which is I don't know if you've ever done this, but I recommend it. I asked my chat to rate how good I am at Marathon from 1 to 10. You ever done that?
Oh.
And I should have written it on a piece of paper because my guess for what they would say was like right on. It was exactly right on. My
chat only has fun when I am being made fun of. They're gonna say 1 out of 10. Like, it's not, you know what I mean? Like, it's not, they wouldn't even give me a real answer. They're so dedicated to the BM. Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't get a real answer, and that's fine. And I accept that. Yeah. I think the average they gave me, or like the average of what the numbers they typed into chat was like about a 7. I was like, you know what? Yeah. I'll take it. I'll take a 7. 7's good. People forget 5 is average. I also think when I play games, unless I have a reason to lock in, I couldn't care less what happens. I just want it to be fun, you know? Yeah. Which is obviously a different way of playing. Yeah, it is. And it was an interesting experiment though, because it makes me think about truly think about the skill level of the average Marathon player, like of the whatever 1.5 million people who bought the game. Where is their skill level at? I feel like people's perception of that is so warped, and I see that on the subreddit, especially people talking about like the average gamer, the casual gamer, and people talk about like, you know, the casual gamer can only play the game 3 hours a day or something. I'm like, the casual gamer can play 3 hours a day. That's freaking crazy. That's insane. Yeah, that's a lot of time. That is a massive amount of time. But we forget what's out there. Yep. That's why I crew fill. To meet the folks firsthand. Yeah, you gotta rub elbows with the commoners. Yeah, and you know, sometimes I meet really cool people and I invite them and stuff, and sometimes, I don't know if you have this set up this way, but random people, nobody can hear them on my stream. Because we get, you know, 80% of people, they're great or they're quiet or whatever. 20% of people are yelling all kinds of slurs and stuff into chat. And then I do not have a setup like that. No, I think some of my best content is yapping with randoms in the game. Yeah.
I've thought
I've always
about
been
it.
like an interaction first, and again, a lot of that comes from DayZ. Like, there's a reason.
Yeah. I played some DayZ, but it was like it was super early. Like it might have even been a mod. Is that correct?
DayZ mod for Arma 2.
I think that's what I
that
played,
was out
but I was like,
standalone, and standalone
a kid.
came out in 2013.
I had no idea what I was doing. I just like ran for 3 hours, and then someone shot me in the head with a sniper rifle. That was my experience with DayZ. And then I like walked into a building
Hasn't changed.
and clipped
Turns out.
outside the building, and then a bunch of zombies killed me. Hasn't
Still
changed.
hasn't changed. That's exactly it. That's the game.
All right. But they stuck to their roots, you know?
Yeah, well, you could say that. You can definitely say that. Others might criticize Bohemia, but, you know, they stuck to their roots for sure.
Yeah. Ooh, you got a little outland there? A little purple
Oh,
bag?
yeah. Shout out Carrie.
Ooh. Oh,
Carry
yeah,
the
the carry
goat.
store. I have a free Mizraya in the carry store.
Yeah, I got Giga Mizzies and Giga Outlands. Shout out Carrie.
Ooh, I just heard
Burb.
burbs.
I wonder how
I'm
you
trying to
make
use the
pieces.
contextual pings more.
Do you
Caution.
have
Wait,
a
this one.
you got a mascot for the channel or like a logo that you rock?
Not really. No.
Okay.
I thought about paying someone. I asked someone about it, and they quoted me a number which I was totally unwilling to pay.
Yeah, sure.
Or something like that.
For a logo or
Yeah,
like
for
a full
like
branding?
full
or-
branding and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. I have
What
worked
about
with some
branding?
really cool
I definitely got a logo
people.
guy.
Yeah, I should probably get a logo guy. I always, because I don't know, like, I'm truly, like, I do not know the roadmap at all. I don't know when is a good time to hire an editor. I don't know when is
Sure.
a good time to hire a whatever. It's just all me over here. I make my own thumbnails. I edit my own videos. It's just little Seraph living his
Key
life.
room in the tunnel
Okay.
to yeah.
Oh, is that a... I thought there were definitely people here.
Yeah. I think they went down the tunnel. They hit
think
the
it was
birds on the
tunnel?
way down to the tunnel and then
Yeah.
open the key.
Do you want to mess with them?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I'm always happy to talk shop and give you my perspective on that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's not always going to be right, but
No,
I'll let you know what
I am a creature of input. I need all the
Yeah.
data, even
Yeah.
if some of it's bad.
Yep.
That's data.
I think that's a good way to go about it.
Got his orders.
Yep, they're down there.
You're not alone.
What the heck?
Shrapnel out.
Frag out.
Are they
How did that
running?
go back?
Are they both
My
running?
grenade bounced off your flechettes, by the way,
Whoa!
and came back
I think
at
they're
us.
running. I think they're straight up running.
Yeah, they must have got some good.
Oh, dead people.
Haley Joel Osment.
Oh my god, I cannot see. Oh, did you kill them both? Wait, what just happened?
This one.
What happened to the
this
other guy?
I don't know. He was down.
Huh. Wait, there's
I don't
dead
ask
people in here
questions, I
too.
just
I
take
don't
the
know what's
win.
going on.
I mean,
I think we walked in on something.
we're the best.
Yeah, we're the best. 2 squads down. Oh!
You find it?
He had nothing in his bag.
Bang!
Sort of weird.
Gold C tactical sidearm.
For real. I got a unique Mizzy. It's weird. He loaded in. There was not a single thing in his bag.
nah.
Oh man. Okay. Okay. I think we dropped the repeater HR for the Mizzy.
Probably true.
Probably true. Okay. Okay. Wow. These guys. I see why they were running. I get it.
Yeah. Nope, that was the right choice.
Yep.
Not fast enough, but it was the right choice.
Can run, but you'll only die tired. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so true.
Med drone active.
Wow.
Okay.
Ooped up on
Pretty good.
perimeter? The heck? What the heck? And they fought for this. Wonder who had the key. Oh, this one's totally unlooted.
Anyone need this?
Ooh, I love predicted frameworks. That is a weird bully skin. Is that bugged? I think that bully skin is bugged for me.
Oh yeah, it's like matte orange.
Yeah.
Oh, now it's changing colors.
I think that is
Yellow, it's green. Oh,
that
that's
is
sick.
broken.
Very cool. Very cool.
Wow. What a strange fight. I don't really know
I
what
found it to be
happened.
completely normal and awesome.
Normal and awesome. Every fight should go exactly like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, man.
Typical one. RGB skin. Yeah.
I wonder. I'm gonna pick it up and just see what happens.
Sure. Little RG bully.
Whoa, this isn't
still
a real
tripping?
skin, right? Look. You see that? Does it look
Oh,
normal to
that's
you?
sweet. It's changing. Like
Whoa.
a mood. It's a mood bully.
I'm a mood bully.
Quick, what are you feeling now? It's purple. Now it's blue.
I think I'm
Oh,
feeling.
he's thinking about it. It's changing
Yeah.
faster. Oh, man.
no.
Sort
Huh.
your feelings, brother. Come on.
Oh, red.
Yeah, he's angry. Never mind.
This is so strange. Huh. Well. Some bugs are good. That's a good bug.
Yeah, that's
Mood,
a fact.
mood bully. Mood bully all the
Bully
way.
goes crazy.
Mood bully probably does a little more damage, does emotional damage.
Yeah. Or it does no damage.
Or it does
Emotional
no
is to
damage.
you.
Yeah. Unique Mizraya. What the heck? You got a gold CE tactical?
Yeah.
That's a blue key room. It's not supposed to be that good.
Interesting.
I don't know if I can fit this Mizraya in my vault, honestly. No, that's a little humble brag for you right there. But
Sheesh.
do you want the Mizraya?
No. No. Okay.
All right. Look at that thing, chat. It's very pretty. If people run at us, I'm gonna bubble Mizzy them, and they're gonna think they teleported into
You're a
cryo.
scumbag.
I literally just, but it's not my fault. I picked up a Mizzy on the map.
It is not your fault.
They're going straight from this game straight to
I'll
Reddit.
back you up. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Worm soup. I can't worm anything else. My worm. I maxed my worm. My worm maxed.
Damn, dude.
Yeah. I've been a busy boy this season.
Uh-huh.
Give him the old bowl of Mizzy on perimeter. No problem. No problem. Beautiful. Did this get nerfed? I didn't even see if there was a patch today. I've been so locked in.
I think it's next week.
Next week?
I think that's also going to contain said Mizzy nerf.
Next
The word
week,
on the
Vault
street.
Breakers. Very
Yeah.
hyped. Very hyped.
Yep.
You gonna play it?
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
Yeah. Me too. Ooh. It's interesting. The guy with 0 player damage ends up with the Mizzy. I'm not sure that's right. Not sure
This
that's
is not
right.
intended, my man.
I think it ain't right. If I had one thing to say about that, ain't right.
All right. You say so. It lets me feel a little bit better about telling you that was my last one for the day.
That's
Where
okay.
we catch a big dub. Big
That's
come
a
up
pretty big
on the way out.
dub. It's like a low work dub for sure. Gold and a Mizzy.
That's the best one sometimes.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for chatting with me today. Thanks for the running
Yeah.
yap.
Thank you very much for the great questions. I really enjoyed it. And I'm sure we'll play again soon.
Absolutely. Yeah. GG, dude.
All right, bro. You have a good one.
You too. See you around.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Whew. All right, chat. How about that? What a fun conversation. Dude has a lot of insight. We have really weirdly similar background. What is that? So strange. But awesome. But really, really cool. Yeah, really insightful guy. He has very different opinions than other people I've talked to about Marathon. I think he's a really interesting part of the community. And it's a part of the community that honestly is pretty quiet about people wanting it to be more hardcore and stuff like that, and being more immersive in a way. It seems to be like the thing people are talking about is making it more accessible. Talking to someone who is more focused on like immersiveness and like the stakes and stuff like that. Really, really interesting. Really, really cool thing. I'm very happy we collabed. I feel like I came out a smarter and better person with a cool Mizzy. And I hope everybody in the world gets to become a smarter, cooler person with a Mizzy. Everyone in the world. Okay, cool. Davaroth is continuing a gift sub that got from Drew CJ. Thanks so much. I think we're gonna run a little bit more here. We've got this Mizzy, which I think, oh my god, how did I end up with all these dervishes? I don't even run Cryo 1 that much. I think I took 2 off a squad once. Oh my god, this vault. What am I gonna do with this vault? Oh god. Alright, we're doing some drastic things. Okay. This Magnum is cool. I kind of want to run it. But I don't think I can. I'm going to bring the level up shield. I'm going to sell that. Crazy, crazy, I know. And I'm going to go to Marsh. We're going to go to Marsh. Put the Mizzy. Whoa, Markstrom got raiding me? First he yaps, then he raids? Raiding is good. Thank you so much, Markstrom. Welcome in everybody who was part of the chatting before. I'm gonna keep it rolling a little bit. You can't end on games that good. It's bad luck or something. I think. Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody. Yeah, we're gonna bring in a key because we got a greenhouse. And now how do I fit this Mizraya in my vault? Some really good things are gonna start having to go like that. Yeah. That should do it. Oh, it doesn't do it. How many slots is this? 12? That's crazy. Oh. It is viscerally painful. Okay. I really don't want to delete this. I need it for testing. I know it's crazy. We're gonna do this. That's what we'll do. That's easy. Cool. Okay. We're looking good. We're okay. One more slot. Alright, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful run. Beautiful, beautiful everything. We're taking this. We're going to the marsh. We're spending it. Day marsh. Cool. Here we go. Yeah, thank you, obviously, to Markstrom for joining me for the old yap and run. That was just a good old time. Smart guy. Really, really interesting perspective on marathon and extraction shooters in general, as well as just streaming. Very, very helpful. So really, really cool to see everybody from his audience meeting me and my audience meeting him. I think that was awesome. I hope people enjoyed it. I know we chatted about a lot of different topics, some of them spicy topics, but what is a yap and run without a spicy topic? You know what I mean? It's just a gab session, you know? We're not doing a gab session, it's a yap and run. Now I'm gonna go to Dire Marsh, spend this key, and hopefully win? Now with my newfound knowledge from Mark, not only will I win this game, I will become a better, bigger, stronger, maybe taller streamer. Longer hair, who knows? Delectable jawline. Yeah. Bro, get rid of the cryo 1 and 2 keys. I know. I've been running too much compiler. I don't know if you guys saw over the weekend, I did like 10 compiler runs and I just ripped through. I got all the compiler skins. So that's usually the time I would spending my cryo 1 and 2 keys that I spent instead, you know, getting the compiler skins and stuff. So we'll spend them. I have so many 2 keys, and 2 is not even a good vault. Very, very, very tricky. But, I mean, they're all good because we're trying to get more of those DNA access cards. Rotator Round says, yeah, great collab. I'm glad people enjoyed it. A lot of people tuned in today. People seem to like him. He's definitely got opinions that I think are different than a lot of other people's, but he explains himself well. And, like, you can't just listen to the hardest core portions of your audience, but you also can't just listen to the most casual parts of your audience. If you do either of those things, I think your game is kind of doomed. And if you think about other games that has happened to, I'm sure you can think of a few. We're loading in. All right, we got some people here. Interesting, level 65, level 201. We got the full spread. Higher than me, my level, and then level 65. I don't have time to do these vaults with all my compiling going on. Things are terrible. I wish I had like a whole separate day each day to play Marathon. That'd be so cool. I got a key. Nice to meet you, folks. Nice Mizzy. Gorgeous. What the? Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah. Sick. Hey, thanks for being a viewer. We're gonna have a great run. We got double Mizzies. How can we possibly lose, you know? You're level 65. You're like an old grizzled veteran.
Don't ignore this.
Yeah, I guess we should... Let's go up towards Greenhouse at some point for the key, but I'm down for whatever. I'm just vibing with you guys. I didn't know it was a viewer event, but I guess now it is. We love it. These guys are both viewers. Very kind.
Drone active.
I really appreciate that, dude. Cool. Yeah, we'll make that happen. These guys are getting gunmetal. I understand that grind. I also love gunmetal. Yeah, people like the Outpost guide. So you play a lot of solos? Solos is so hard, man. It'll make you a better player, I think, though, running solos. I do like, you know, like a map geoguesser thing where people see parts of the map and then try to figure out where it is. The solo players nail it every time. They know every nook and cranny, every, like, rat spot on the map. It's fun. Oh, you will be. You already have a Mizzy. What more can you ask for? Six Mizzies? What?
Warning, reinforcements detected.
Just a little bit. I thought I could only get one. We can get 6? Oh my god. That's why I've been fighting a bunch of Mizzies. Oops.
Med drone out.
He's busy. Thought I heard... Oh man. Maybe go around the right side or the east side of Algae. Be my best guess. Oh, I should probably check what's in this little crate. Yeah.
Let's get patched up.
Ooh, I'd grab... You can get anything out of that. Here, I'll put them... No, go for it. Go for it. Oh, more MIPS here. 15 MIPS. Doctor's Knowledge, or DSR Knowledge, subscribe with Prime. Thanks so much, DSR Knowledge. Alright, let's avoid those bots. Let's go straight to the canal. I'll just grab a secondary for purposes. Where's that supply drop coming down? Oh, dude, now is the time. People are saying like don't play marathon right now so you can to avoid all the free Mizzies. Let me tell you something. There's now a ton of people with Mizzies who've like never used one. Now is the time to slurp the Mizzies for free. Oh.
Recall window will remain stable for 20 minutes. UESC reinforcements.
I don't have a sniper or anything. He's up there. Oh, key? Huh. I'm not sure which key that was. I thought it sounded pretty darn close. Interesting. Maybe we go underneath algae? Is that crazy? Or like over here? Let's go over here. And just quick get to greenhouse. Oh shoot. Oh, they're rushing to our previous position. We gotta move. Glad I looked over there. Let's go around here. This is a bit of a longer way, but I don't know. Do you guys have snipers? All right. Big brain plays here.
Feeling better.
I'll hit this one. I want that new caloric XP. I'm just pulling that in for bait. Let's keep going to greenhouse. I guess we're closer to bio research. We could do your quest. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Exfil at AI. Yeah, I think maybe they did hit the gold AI key. Crazy. He said key-based matchmaking is crazy today. He needs to do this quest where you put the chitin in and then he needs to kill a runner. So we're hoping to get this done and then kill a runner for the quest. So we're gonna go hunting after this. We're gonna go for the key room, maybe hunt that squad. There's so much screaming in the background. Serum injected. Let's go to greenhouse. Gotta put those Mizzies to work. Ooh, there's an arms locker.
Anyone need this?
Zone breached. Intruder detected.
We're looking good.
Orders.
Alright. Oh my god. I'm the deadest man ever.
Spotted a runner.
Yeah, it's bad.
See ya. Gotcha.
Cracked one.
We've got runners. Can't take much more.
Cracked him.
15 minutes remain.
Yeah.
Shield's gone. On the move.
I have a precision rifle.
Runners in play.
Metro, neck.
Let's see if I can rotate.
We've got runners.
Alright, broke one. Let's run this way. Run this way. Follow me.
UESC reinforcements.
I don't want to be on this
incoming.
low ground. We can move around.
Shield's gone. This'll be fun.
Keep going. Keep going. Yeah. Yeah. Hear them fighting bots over there. Yeah, let's push. Let's push.
Over here. Hey, hey.
Let's get patched up.
Jeez. Need a fix. Oh, come on. Shield, need a hand.
Med drone out. Got a full stack.
Oh, good try, good try. No problem, no problem. Good play. Well played. Whew! That was crazy. I was ripping that game. Oh! 1,000 damage? What the heck? Got some downs. Should have pushed faster maybe or something. Oh man. Oh, that was hard. It was a good fight though. Oh man. What could I have done there? Maybe backed off a little more and healed. I think they were too afraid to res or something, so maybe I could have done it. Maybe I could have gone for the res, but very, very tough. That grenade they threw really is the thing that got me there. I think I was toasting them in the 1v1 fights. But, oh, crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's see. Everyone's gonna have a busy right now. Everyone's gonna have a busy. Whew, fun. Okay, let's go. I want to play some Outpost. I haven't played much Outpost today. So we're going to do an Outpost kit. Which is probably going to involve a battle pistol. What do you know? What do you know? And then we want, I have so many Neurochem packs. We get the free Sakaguchi stuff. Beautiful, beautiful. We love a free head implant. Why not? Do I want that? Not really. Alright. Cool. Let's get some more goodies. Outpost. Outpost time. Whew. These are our cooldown games. We're relaxing. We're locked in, but we're relaxed. My voice is calming. You are calm. Everything is good. Nothing can possibly go wrong. Beautiful, beautiful run. Alright. All is well. We go to Outpost. It's no problem. We have a blue shield. Trio's crew fill is on. Ooh. It's just right. Whew. Oh man, chat. Alright. We were pretty locked in that fight. I think we did pretty well, honestly. I felt like I was hitting a lot of my shots. That was the charge up on the lookout. Kind of owning. It's I hesitate to say it's good, because if I just had an Outland there, I would have downed them like 5 times, you know? But you do basically have infinite ammo with volt cells, or volt batteries. So, not bad. The thing that really hurts it is that it has very little aim assist. You actually have to hit your shots. The snipers in this game, especially like the railguns and stuff, they have so much aim assist, it's crazy. All of the snipers have pretty insane aim assist. Railguns have even more. That gun, that lookout with the charge-up shot, the aim assist on it is very minimal. You have to click on their heads. Or I guess let go of your click on their heads, or else you're in trouble. I like the lookout personally. I like the 2 fire modes. I think the semi-auto way of using it is almost certainly better. It's almost always the best thing. Aim assist or bullet magnetism. I'm literally talking about the aim assist stat in the game that you can see on your guns. Every gun has it in the game, some more than others. But I'm not sure if that's just Bungie's term for bullet magnetism. Hello, hello. I feel like this is such a hot spot. Fight Club.
Feeling better.
I hate using TADs, honestly. I feel like I'm just gonna die. Is our other dude AFK? Oh no. Oh well. Oh boy. Oh, he moves. We have signs of life. Let's see. Double battle pistol. Instantly a good kit. What's that noise? Oh.
Need fire here.
Oh, those are play.
My shield.
Ho 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 ho. One down. That was crazy. I might need help. Oh man. Fall. Fall.
Metro active.
Interesting.
Stay alert.
I think they're on the roof. Roof. Go, come up here, guys. Come up here.
Over there.
I'm trying, man. Nice. Good stuff. Still on the roof.
Let's go back there.
That's pretty good.
Watch it.
Nice. Ow. That hurt me a lot. Wait, these bags are alive. They have a teammate left. I can hear him.
Metro
They
now.
get the assassin up or something? Or was that a different team? Yeah, those bags are definitely alive. Yeah, upstairs. Upstairs.
Signal recall window closes in 20 minutes.
Why?
Watch it.
That's all three. Nice. A strange fight. I'll drone you guys up. Great job, guys. They're not talking. I'm just talking to myself. I don't mind that. I'm just saying. You're not missing anything, chat.
Time to hunt.
Yeah, let me take some stuff off here. Oh, that doesn't work. Man, they got knifed. They got big time knifed.
Anyone need this?
Wow, well that's 2 squads. Those, I'm gonna listen to those bags again. Bags are dead. All the bags are dead. Cool. You wanna go, do you guys have, I have 1 green card. Anyone have another one? We could do pinwheel if you wanted. Or I guess we could do the red cards first. Ooh.
Something.
Cool. Nice. Let's go grab one more, maybe from... you want to go destroyed wing, and then we could go through the orientation entrance? Oh, that's you killing boss. Interesting. Alright, we can make our way that direction if people are down. Oh, this one got taken. I'm guessing the processing one got taken too.
UESC reinforcements incoming.
Yeah, B2, are you going for that, you going for that red card?
Don't ignore this.
I hope he is. Stupid heat cascade.
Look at that.
Oh, you want to go dorms? Okay. Yeah, I'm down to go dorms. I'll come with you, C3.
Feeling better.
That's gonna wreck me. You want to do the roof of dorms? I'll start hitting the buttons over here.
Fine. Time to move.
Man, big fights. Going great. And now we take the secret entrance inside. No
Prepare for
problem.
increased hostile action.
No problem, no problem. I'm so glad the storm has stopped. Okay, okay, we checked for all the spots. I have a pretty good route. Maybe not the best, but it's pretty good.
Careful here.
Man, can't believe I haven't found one yet. Guess they're all inside. There we go.
15 minutes.
Med drone active.
Stop it. Oh, wait. One's dead.
On the move.
I think I have 2 generators down. None in here. Check the airfield spot, and then I'm going inside. I know there's the graffiti spot below.
Camo active.
Nothing on that side. Nothing on the front. Okay, we're going in. I'm not sure how many they did, though. We might even be,
What's
like,
yours is
done.
mine.
here? No. No. Maybe we did it. Let me check. I know there's a bunch over in that building, but I want to see how many we have left. 2 left. Be underneath. It can be the graffiti spot. I think no graffiti spot. Check this building. Green card. Oh. Got another one. 1 left. I'm bragging about how good I was at this.
Positioning.
I think there's a bathroom spawn below. Make sure you check the shed. I think I checked both sheds. Only 1 left. I don't know. I do have 2 green cards. We could do it that way if I can't find it. It's probably some random bathroom. Or like on the front of the building, which I never check. Alright, cascade cleared. I hope she checked all the way up there. Oh, there's a boss. Wait, there's a boss in dorms. Let's go kill the boss and then go through Pinwheel that way. Let's go take out the Scorch, or Tox Warden.
Go to Julius.
I'm gone.
Bedroom. Of course. I have more hits for this though.
Shields depleted.
No, oh god. I thought that was gonna blow me up.
UESC reinforcements have arrived.
Where are ya? Kill the ads. Just like an MMO.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yeah, man. So much toxin. Oh no. Alright.
UESC reinforcements have responded to the signal. 10 minutes remain.
Come on. I don't think I can do it. I need him to crawl not next to a plant, basically. Crawl over here near me so I don't have to go by that plant. And sometimes we just toast this thing in 1 second. Sometimes it takes a long time. I think he maybe tried to knife it or something.
UESC reinforcements have responded to the signal.
Let's go upstairs. Let's go upstairs. It's underneath me. Shield's back. Just gotta toast him. Just give him a little toast.
Let's go. get that stuff.
USC reinforcements have responded to the signal.
Field's gone.
Oh, yeah, that's bad.
Stealth engaged.
Why is this taking so long, man? Oh, man. Someone needs to ping him. He's right over there.
Responded to the signal.
So annoying. Just don't know if the assassin is shooting here. Alright, is he dead? He's dead.
Med drone active.
Alright, got a master clearance. You gotta kill the bots before looting. Cardinal sin. I keep thinking that's an explosive barrel. Oh man.
That's me.
This is interesting. Interesting. At least I've got lots of meds. I can't believe you would loot with a sniper bot looking at you. Crazy. Well, this is why I crew fill. You gotta learn what it's like out there, you know? Alright. Time to fight a billion more bots. I'm glad I grabbed all that ammo. Oh my lord. I'm also glad I'm playing triage. Just hitting it. No problem. Thomas Milazaro with a $10 super chat. Easily #1 content creator and community marathon. Thanks and keep it going. Absolutely, dude. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really, really appreciate that. You're awesome. Thanks for tuning in as well. That goes for everybody, but yeah. Thank you to everybody who supported the channel today. Do I think the battle pistol is too hot? It's pretty hot.
Ammo crate placed.
Got all the ammo in the world. We can go straight red room. I got all the red cards we need. I don't know if there's one on the roof here.
Forced recall in 5 minutes.
Feeling better.
Turn off reinforcements. I'm gonna go turn off reinforcements. Just right here. Whoops. Yeah, we love that parting gift. See how I heal? My knife stuff.
Med drone out.
We love it. Alright, let's do red room first. I want to get the goods. No, she's going into loot. Oh! Is this the real crew fill experience? Oh my god. Oh, he's going into loot. Assassin life. crazy. That's so funny. It's not even a joke. Just let me kill the bot for you guys. That's okay. I got you.
Camo active.
Thanks, chat. I was gonna miss that blue stock for the pistol.
Just a moment.
Let's see.
Ammo crate here.
Need more ammo, I guess.
Systems damaged.
Let's get patched up.
Alright.
Don't ignore this.
I'm guessing they slurped everything off that boss. I didn't even check. Oh, he's just going. That's okay. I'll loot stuff he didn't loot. How about that? Now I'm getting smart. Now we're getting big brained. They weren't wasting any of their time. That's right. That's what the channel's all about. This guy is leaving me the strong box, though. Something like that. Wow, that was such a weak strong box. That's kind of insane. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I voted for the soundtrack. I voted for the soundtrack a couple days ago, I think. I have a red card for the final, or not for the final, for the middle exfil. I'm over it. Out of this game. Oh! Nice. Little rook kill.
Connection collapse imminent. Exfil immediately.
I started the exfil.
On the move.
Boy's hurting. Surprised we haven't seen a rook, and then yeah, he goes and knifes the rook. Ain't that something?
Med drone active.
Alright, hopefully we don't get too rooked here.
Doctor's orders.
Should we do it? It's beautiful. It's as easy as that. That was some real crew fill, no mic assassin slurping during fights thing. Is that what people are talking about on the subreddit? Did I just experience that? Interesting. Hey, this guy got some good player damage though. Very, very good player damage. Very interesting. Very interesting. Nice 16k. That's funny. I don't mind. Whatever. My vault is way too stacked, honestly, at this point. It's crazy. It's crazy. Foof. I say foof as if I got like a bunch of good stuff. I got a ton of light ammo. Crew invite sent. I don't know. No, these guys were fine. I mean, I don't know. It's not the end of the world. They slurp a little bit of extra stuff. I still got a cryo key. That's what it's all about. Double battle pistol. Yeah, it's all right. Okay. I think we're going to end on a win like that. I think so. First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody for tuning in. I think we had a great time today. We got to do a big chat with MarkstromTV. He's a streamer. He's been doing it for a while. He gave some great advice. If you haven't seen the rest of this stream, it will be up on YouTube, be up on Twitch. Check it out. We have a really great conversation. I wrote questions for him. The community wrote questions for him. It was awesome. It's about marathon and streaming and like the direction of the game, and he has some really interesting insights. I really recommend you check it out. Thank you everybody who tuned in. Thank you everybody who liked the video, subscribed, all that stuff, and a huge thank you to everybody who supported the channel. Dan Greengram, Slipstream Zone, Sussius Baka are our top supporters today. Thank you so much, everybody. We had a hype train going up to level 6, I think. You guys are awesome. Drizzt as well. Valentino, Mystic Spartan, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for supporting me and the content I do. So much more stuff coming out. New video came out today about the worst things that Marathon could add. It's fun. Check it out. We had a good time. And then hopefully Vault 5 and Vault 6, the super quick videos, those should be coming out this week. I'm working on them. Hopefully those will be totally done on Wednesday and Thursday. That's the idea. That's the plan. It could be delayed a little bit. But yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed. I had a great time. It was a fun collab. If you have suggestions, join the Discord. The Discord is in the link description on my YouTube video, or it's !Discord on Twitch. We have 6,000, over 6,000 members. You'll find your crew there. You'll have a good time. It's a good, positive experience. It's one of the biggest looking for group Discords as well, if you're looking to find a crew. So GG, everybody. Have a great day. Have a great night. And I'll see you